a fireball at point blank. I believe Fergus and the others were rushing in, and Regan, you had just been put back together by your god, and having made a deal with him to have him revive you, and hopefully, I think he managed to remove the anti-magic sphere, and that was as much as he did for you. But before you can do you could do anything else, there was like a flight of incoming spears and arrows, and you decided to roll underneath the wagon because you had summoned your flying cockroach mount, and it had to have time to land, and in that time you were taking a lot of fire, and when you were taking cover under the wagon, you did not notice one Memon Graves underneath the wagon as well, and right before you were about to dive out and try to run to the mount, you felt a sharp something up against your back, and it feels maybe like a crossbow bolt, and he simply says, "Don't you move. Don't you even twitch."
Regan's just going to sigh and say that, why doesn't everyone ever want to just talk anymore?
What does Regan do as the Minotaur Horde begins to close in around the wagon, and your path to your mount is swiftly becoming closed off? I think even now, the Minotaurs and the rest of their legion are starting to gather themselves and starting to fling javelins at it.
I'm going to turn back. I'm going to say to the other guy, it's like, I don't know who you are.
You turn?
If you want answers. I can't really turn like all the way, just like turn maybe like a little bit of my head. I'm not going to try to look.
Would
like,
Memon shoot you?
What?
Would Memon shoot you?
Hopefully
I think
I'm not like trying to turn around to like attack him.
You're a necromancer. You put yourself in Graves' shoes for a second. Would Graves shoot a necromancer who he's just told not to move or even twitch? A necromancer whom just knocked him out and stole the crystal, and now is turning to look at him.
I don't know about Memon, but the older Graves would probably go for a rifle butt equivalent on the back of the person's head, to be honest.
I think you need to defy danger, because I think at least something is happening as you start to turn, and he either tries to shoot you or he tries to smack you in the back of the head, one or the other. How would you defy this danger? Because he told you not to move, and you decided to turn around and look at him. And looking is a key spell component.
I'm going to probably sound all panicky and throw my hands out of my arms. Go, wait! Like, put my arms over my head.
You're trying to convince him not to?
Yeah, I'm trying to play the feeble old man card at this point. I don't know what's going to happen.
roll with Cha. And take a -1 because you belted him over the head earlier and stole the crystal. Oh wow, a 10 still. Yeah, so he pauses, and you can see that, like, I think the crossbow bolt, like, I think maybe you swallow a little bit because it's pointed directly at your face and it's no more than 6 inches away.
Just gonna holler at, I just wanted to talk to people.
It didn't look like you were doing much talking. Tell him on, he's under here.
You can decide and say that, can't we discuss this reasonably? I don't know why everyone has showed up and wants to stop future of the world. I'm very confused at this, and I'm just going to look at him and say, "Who are you?"
You do remember ambushing this guy and taking the crystal from him.
Oh boy, this is definitely rough. For some reason, I don't know why I was thinking it was his son, not Memon, but you said Memon too. I don't know why my brain farted. Yeah, I'm gonna just say that. Look,
Yeah, this is the older Graves.
I only needed the crystal to try to save the world. It sounds like there's a lot of that going around here. No hard feelings, right? I wasn't trying to. Did Regan actually clock him, or did he just clock Regan? I can't remember how that went down.
No, Regan smacked him pretty hard and stole the crystal.
I'm gonna say
so,
that. Hey,
you don't have an infinite time too. Now. Telemon, you hear. You definitely hear Graves from in the direction of the cart yelling something about Telemon over here. And you don't know how, but you saw Regan get vaporized, and then you saw a person moving away from the area where he should have been vaporized. Yeah, you start getting towards the cart, and a couple of the Minotaurs move in front of you, to not necessarily to block you, but to say I think one of them says in very broken common, "There is danger, sir. Let us protect you." And they begin to fan out around the cart, and you can see two figures underneath the cart.
I walk forward and retrieve my axe from where I threw it last time. Just throwing that out there.
I'm gonna say that I'm not even attacking you, Telemon. What's happened to you out there? I was going to come seek your help with this. I'm going to just scream out from under the cart.
Yeah, you hear Regan's frantic, muffled scream, yelling from beneath the cart.
He was taking no offensive actions. He's just trying to talk to people and sounds very alarmed right now.
Telemon, do you do anything? That kind of waiting here.
Telemon, what are you doing? Take me back to your. I'm just gonna pause for a second. Your abode. Ask me questions. Talk this out. What happened to you, old friend? You once told me I was the one that made rash snap decisions.
You can see that there is a couple people beneath the cart. Like a couple figures. You can't see them clearly, but you can see that there are a couple people down there. What's Telemon doing?
I think that that's not a good thing. Let me see what I'm going to have to do here.
It's probably been enough time since Telemon's been taking his time. You can make an intelligence roll if you want.
I shall do that.
So I think Regan starts muttering something under his breath, and I think maybe Graves starts to curse and aims the crossbow at you and shoots you in the face. How much health did you have?
I had 6 and 1 armor.
Well, armor doesn't protect the face.
Can I try to catch the bolt with my skeleton arm?
You failed.
Fire it. Oh, I thought that was somebody int check. Oh shit.
No, that intelligence check was to do the spell, and on a fail,
Yeah, that makes
you
sense.
take the negative. So take D8 plus 1 damage as you
I'm
get
dead
shot in
again.
the face, and it's going to be with advantage because it's point blank.
Oh, I'm dead again, regardless. Probably. Let's see what happens.
You might just have a crossbow bolt sticking through your head. You might
Yeah,
not
with
actually be
advantage,
dead.
I'm pretty much boned. Especially.
Yeah,
Oh
you're
no,
dead.
that's enough anyway.
So, I think you don't hear it, Telemon, but Regan begins chanting a spell, and then you definitely hear a ka-chunk and and Regan topples and goes limp, and you see his upper body sort of emerge from beneath the cart, and there's a crossbow bolt sticking out from. It looks like it went in through his left cheek, and it like came out through the back of his head, and you can just see his eyes are blank. And I think Graves begins to pull himself out from beneath the cart, and he's like, he started casting a spell. He's like, how did he survive the fireball? We'll do something. I don't know if that'll keep him down. So while you're potentially thinking about how to keep Regan permanently down, Regan, give me a last breath roll. I'm gonna give you a minus. God, there's nothing in the system for dying repeatedly in the same thing. It's the only thing about Dungeon World I dislike. I'm not gonna give you a minus, but it's so frustrating. I don't have to.
Yep.
All right, so Regan is.
Darkness, my old friends.
Oh boy. I would really like to know. So what exactly does Regan see as the life kind of, fades from his brain, and he, like, what happens to Regan? Does he just fade into nothingness, or does he end up somewhere?
Oh, I'm pretty sure that I would most definitely be screaming to my my deity for help as I died. So I don't know what he would do. Possibly turn me into a horrible one of his spirits. I have no clue. I'm not actually sure what would happen to Regan at this point, but I'll let you decide that.
Become a new mouth on the evil Dietnessar.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Oh god.
I found the creepiest version you could possibly
Oh god,
find.
that is
so
creepy.
great.
So with that, Regan the cleric, perhaps the most misguided person on the face of Arkval, slips from this world, and I think you can see his skeletal arm begins to disintegrate from the fingers upwards until all that is left is the limp, empty sleeve. The rest of Regan's body remains, but the arm disappears.
When my eyes were stared by the flash of a neon
That song is great.
split the night.
So you are now you are either Heru Deshret or Memon Graves. your choice, Victor?
That is a good question. Hard call to decide without knowing what's going to happen immediately after, especially with the sprite above and stuff.
You guys haven't seen from the avatar of Felindadari in a while, so you don't know. You can go back to Heru if you want. It won't be your permanent choice. I'll let you make your permanent choice after, I guess, later in the session if you want, or you can make it now.
Until this arc is done, I'll switch back to Haru, and then we'll see what happens with
Okay.
after that.
So, Heru maybe limps his way upwards. I seem to remember Heru. Didn't Heru take a blast of something? Like, didn't Heru try to run in and then take some magic?
I'm actually
I can't
checking Haru's
remember.
Stats right now. I think that I was convinced not to go in.
Okay, never mind
I
then. So
wanted to go in and then
Heru
no,
rushes forward through the Minotaurs, and we get this this bird's eye view slowly panning out of the scene on Regan's spread eagle body. So the crystal is in your hand, isn't it, Telamon? I think the commander of the Legion makes her way to you and says, "The vile creature is dead. Rest its soul. What are your orders?" I think she says, "Unfortunately, this is something we cannot help with. When we were given our orders so long ago, we were told to report here this day and grant you our services, but we serve Boros when we do not
Telamon.
serve you."
Haru's going to step up. Perhaps you should take the vile necromancer's head. We could ask him some questions. Haru nods and says, "It'll be no stranger than carrying my own skull." And I will start making my way in that direction.
Several of the
just goes over,
Minotaurs
so-
just look
Aye.
at you.
Aye. Is it done? Be it done.
I'm real. Oh, I don't have it ready. Damn it. That would have been really funny. No trapped soul for me.
Yeah, I think the Minotaurs. There's like a very long moment of silence, and then like in kind of they're all arrayed around you, not in very neat rows or anything. It's more of like a cluttered mess, but they all begin to like take knees, and all around you this horde goes to their knees, and I think the commander goes down to a knee as well, and
I think
then she
Haru's
looks.
going to turn to Telamon and say that if we are going in further with this crystal, we must need them, and if we have anger to God, we may need them more. If this time is as it has been written in the history books, why not? Certainly you can afford ships. We certainly have the men. Perhaps it's time for you to lead an army. Perhaps it's time I could help you. I'm going to turn to the commander and like motion for him to rise and ask him how did they arrived? How did they get here?
We come from Boros. Long have we awaited this day. I think like she rises and she's looking at Telamon and she says we were sworn to your service, the Cobran Legion, long ago by by the founder of our order, the one who brought our people here, saved us from annihilation.
I'm gonna
All
turn
that
to
he
him.
all that he asked was that one day we return here and save you.
To Telemon and say it would be foolhardy to turn down such powerful and skilled help, Telemon. If we're going to where we are going, and I'm going to look up and see if there's any sign of the sprite, I'm going to say, in anger to who we have, I believe that we are going to need an army. And if you will not lead them, I will arrange their transport. Of course, I have no desire to force them to do anything. I do not believe that I am forcing them to do anything, though. I'm going to look back now they're all on knees and say that they don't
They're
know.
actually starting to rise now.
They're starting to rise. I'm going to look back to them kind of rising, and I'm going to look back and say that I have a feeling that most of them here have long awaited this day and would gladly follow us to our final destination.
I think the commander's looking back between you and Telemon, and she's actually looking at you a little bit skeptically, Haru.
I'm going to say that we haven't completed the job until this portal has been sealed and this crystal can be buried. And in fact, I think that after the portal is closed, will the crystal still be functional, Telemon? And these people will be needed to guard it. We certainly cannot let it fall into the hands of evil. I'm going to look back and say that perhaps its former master will honor their agreements and help protect it, but I need to know more about them.
I think like you hear or she hears like, and it will need to be guarded, and you can see the commander's shoulders like start to slump a little bit in her armor.
As much as you would like, Telemon, I do not believe you can just hide this in your basement. And that is where the garrison will need to be established. We cannot leave it in an abandoned wrecked tower. If that is your plan, we will have to abide by the original agreement, Telemon. When the portal is cleared, we will have to bring our forces in and protect the tower from both the living and other threats. If we were able to take the crystal, surely a small army would be able to take the crystal, Telemon. Furu just crosses his arms and looks to them and says that I don't believe this is a order, Commander. But the crystal will need to be guarded, and its former masters have proven incapable of protecting it from the living.
She looks to you after nodding, bowing to Telemon, and she says, "Long have my people waited to discharge their duty. Thank you for honoring their service, great Telemon." She turns to you and she says, "I cannot speak for the rest of my men, but we owe our allegiance to Boros. It is far from here. We may have sworn our oaths, our fathers and our fathers' fathers many generations ago. We have kept our ancestors' oaths this day, but our families reside there. I cannot speak for the rest of my men, but our home is there. I also do not find it likely that your country will simply allow us to remain here."
Regan shakes his head and says that I do realize if you are under oath to Boros, you must be loyal to them, but
If your
I think
home
we
be
must-
there, then there's where you should be.
She
He's
gives you a
gonna look over
nod.
his shovel. We could speak to the king of Boros. We do need an army to protect this crystal. I pledged that I would speak with the Minotaurs of this time to attempt this. And I'm just gonna look around to the group and see that they are well trained and armed, and says that just because we have killed one necromancer, apparently a pawn in a larger scheme, does not mean we have saved the world. Not if we leave this crystal unguarded.
Make no mistake, chosen of Deshret. We may have braved the borders here, but we will be almost assuredly severely punished when we return to our homelands. Many of us may even be executed for fulfilling our duties to our oaths.
This would be the king of Boros' will?
We crossed over the borders into Arkfall, and it may yet start a war. The king of Boros does not rule here, and we, in some instances, it may be considered that we deserted our post to attend you this day. Not all
Commander,
of
if you
Boros,
fight...
not all of Boros swore this oath, and not all of Boros remembers the one who founded our nation.
I'm just going to think about it for a second and say that if you fight with us, I will speak to both kings on your behalf. Explain the situation as best as possible. And if you are truly to be executed for essentially saving Boros, whether they realize it or not, perhaps you may rethink about where your home might be.
Well, if I do know ye, your people be a stubborn kind.
Regardless, that is only of Boros. This is Arkval. I do not think the king will take too lightly to our presence here as well, having crossed the border. Again, this could be considered an act of war, and we must return before things get worse.
I'm just going to look over and say that we will bring him the wreck of the beast the necromancer summoned, and perhaps the necromancer himself, his corpse. Prove our story. I doubt a war will start over this. And if it does, it is an unjust war of a foolish king. Kings are mortal.
I think she turns to you, Telamon. She says, I must speak to the Legion. Tell them what you have decided. I must decide with them what we will do next.
Rue turns and nods and says that, I'm sorry your destiny is more complicated than maybe you'd hoped, but I believe your services will long be needed in this world.
We knew this when we took up our service in the Legion.
As soon as the crystal is resolved, we will proceed to speak to the King of Arkfall. We do not want to alarm him. Perhaps not everyone should arrive at once. Once the crystal is taken care of, perhaps we can stash our weapons and move about unarmed to alleviate less trouble. If we bring him the creature's corpse and the man who slayed the legendary beast outside of this town, and I kind of look to him, he will listen, I am certain. But for now, we must deal with this crystal. Speak to the Legion and see what they wish to do. We must travel far and...
What creature are you referring to?
Oh, the first failed Thunderswift that got ripped up. I think it's dead over there, if I remember correctly.
There was a failed one?
Yeah, I think I failed to roll it the first time, and it came out broken, if I remember correctly.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, the second one just flew off into the sky.
Yeah, the second one flew up in the sky. The first one, I think, is over there. I think I failed like 7 rolls in that whole scene. It was hilarious. I think that's why it came out messed up. I think I actually succeeded with the roll, and then it came up like half a thing, and it fell in. I remember something about that.
I do remember. I don't remember if it was during... when the anti-magic field was up or after, but I do remember it coming in and basically being a malformed thing.
evidence that something unnatural is happening here, at least. Not
So,
the most impressive evidence, but
So the Minotaurs begin to move away, to give like not a very long distance, but to uh, probably 30 or 40 feet, and they start to kind of form up, and reorganize, and the horizon is, as it was parked in the grass, about like 60 feet to your south, and I think you can see several of the crew getting off to come converse with you now that things seem to have died down. What are you doing?
Well, gentlemen, we be here. What do you wish?
I am going to want to look for any sign of Linda Daria's presence because I'm expecting that to happen and it hasn't happened and that's unusual.
Yeah, so are you trying to discern realities around the scene?
Yes, I think that might make sense.
All right.
$12.
You get to ask three.
Stand by. Okay, I'm going to ask, what should I be on the lookout for?
So you're looking about for the aspect of Felinda Daria Torres, who previously appeared as a woman made of light, and you don't initially see anything. The sun is very bright right now, and I think you're looking about, and you have to like shield your eyes from the glare, and like in the glare, you can see like a dancing figure almost moving through the air, and like when you look, it's gone. And you definitely get the sense that she is here, like in your presence, and is remaining undetected. She might even be listening.
On that regard, to see what kind of, I maybe perhaps can get any sense of mood or atmosphere, what is about to happen will be the next question.
Um, she's when you caught, I guess when you catch these little glimpses of her, like you get like kind of a few sun spots in your eye. You can almost kind of vaguely see the outline of a woman in them in the after image. It looks like she's moving around your group, and it looks like she's hovering about Telemon. Um, uh, and I think like your attention is drawn to the fact that Telemon is holding the crystal. I think you can reasonably put together that she's either going to try to take the crystal now, or she's about to confront Telemon, or something. She's about to do something with Telemon.
Okay, and then the last thing, as I'm looking about, maybe if I notice any other potential unnatural things or the like while I'm watching for her, I'm going to ask, what here is not what it appears to be.
And you were giving this in a specific context?
I was looking for unnatural presences until I finally caught wind of her, and I'm wondering if I caught, maybe, I don't know, any vibes, any other unnatural presences or work here or not, is kind of what I was looking for.
Hmm.
I can imagine that just one pawn of a greater scheme is maybe acting alone, or
You see. I think you see the corpse of Regan, like a dozen feet away. It's been kind of left there near the cart, and I think you're looking around, and you can actually. It takes you a few moments to realize, and I think you do a double take as you see the shadows vaguely moving from beneath the cart. It looks like tendrils moving through the grass almost around the corpse.
Now I get the Telltale Games moment of do I go for the cart and the corpse or do I go for the crystal and the spirit?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that I'm going to suddenly say, Telemon, I'm going to scream, get down! And I'm going to kind of lunge towards Telemon and try to shield the crystal with my hands.
Okay.
See what happens. I don't know what Telemon's going to view this as, though.
So what is Telemon's reaction as the Minotaur rushes forward and attempts to shield the crystal with his body? I think you're both knocked several feet away as a gust of force seems to expand from behind Telemon in the midst of a roar of maybe indignation, and the form of Torres appears in the sunlight behind where Telemon and Heru were standing. And Telemon and Heru, you're knocked to the ground just a few feet away. Although Heru, you're shielding the crystal, and Telemon, you still actually have possession over it. Fergus and the rest, are taking steps back, and I think she's like starting to stalk across the grass towards you, Telemon, and where she takes steps, it's like somebody's holding up like a magnifying glass and starting to burn the grass.
I'm not going to roll it yet, but if I need to, I'm definitely wanting to stand in defense of the crystal, but I'm assuming that probably also means Telemon by extension at the second. So I'm going to say, wait, we need to speak.
It's like, do you think I did not hear what you were plotting to do? Steal away with the crystal and use it for your own uses. We had a deal that you would return it to Our Lady.
If you were listening, did you not also hear that I am attempting to convince the soldiers here to join your lady's fortress and guard this crystal?
I think she stops and she's like, I think she's not actually a very tall figure, like less than 6 feet, but she stands like kind of imposingly, and I think half of it's because you can't look directly at her because she's just kind of like a flare. What does everybody else do? I think she just like makes a spitting sound and she says, "How can I know I can trust your word? There have been many who have attempted to get the lady's crystal over the centuries."
If you were listening, you truly know I was attempting to convince these people to start a fortress, and I will make sure that
Yes,
comes
and you
to
may
pass.
have known I was listening, and that could have been a plot just for me. You knew I was here.
If you knew of anything of Deshret, you would know that I can speak no lies. I intend to fulfill my obligation, but he does need to shut the portal down before this can occur. Your palace will be returned to glory, your lady's assets protected once more.
Are you actually like offering to help rebuild the shrine now? Like that wasn't something you had talked about before. You just talked about like helping to defend it. Are you like now talking about rebuilding it?
I wasn't thinking so much the shrine, though perhaps we could potentially do that, but mostly I was thinking about actually, obviously if we're going to move into the thing as a fortress, we're probably going to want to revamp the fortress and not have it be like completely dilapidated. If the Minotaurs move in, I'm assuming we're going to want to make it an actual fort again.
And I think she just says, "And who would protect it? You have no defenders to offer."
I'm going to motion to those people and say that they do not realize it yet, but I am certain that they will join us. And
That is not what I heard.
Come to us.
They seem to wish to return to their homeland.
Their homeland will execute them. Fate will see. And if
Do
that
not make
fails, I will
promises you
recruit
cannot
army
fulfill,
personnel.
mortal. So it sounds like we made a parlay with her before, and the deal was that you were going to try to find somebody to help guard the 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 tower, right? Like that was part of
Yeah,
the
but
deal.
essentially, I
And
think
you
I
were
told her I was going to go probably to the west and get Minotaurs, and then I'll run into a
yeah.
whole bunch of Minotaurs.
And now you're trying to convince her that like these are the people. And like it sounds like maybe you're trying to parlay, and the promise you're trying to make is like, hey, look, let us take the crystal and use it, and we'll return it, and we can convince these minotaurs, like the Cobran Legion, to try to move into the tower and actually defend it. Like like these specific people. Does that sound like what you're trying to do?
Yes, though I will mention that. Also say that we will expand past this, and I will still go to the west. But I believe that the majority, or if not all of them, will likely stay here and perform Deshret's will in the end, which I believe is to protect this crystal. Our goals are aligned.
Go ahead and give me a chaw roll for a parlay.
You boy. Hold on 1 second.
This is the second time you've parlayed with her.
Indeed it is. Hey, I have flat chaw. I forgot that I put that. I thought I was at -1 yet. Okay, let me roll it here.
It's all the bling. Okay, so I think what she says is, you use many words, servant of a god whose time has not yet come. You like assurances, but there is very little to back up your promises. Perhaps it is time that you do so. I will allow you to leave these premises with the crystal only under the condition that you will bring it back, and that you receive the word of those brave soldiers there, that they will in fact move into the tower and protect it. They do not necessarily have to serve the lady, but protect its grounds, and not interfere with the shrine. If you can receive their word upon this, then I will let you go. But all you have done so far is bluster.
I will look and I'll say that with the combined might of both Deshret's time is coming and Flindaria, the crystal will be safe. And I will say that, and your master fortress will once again be a fortress and not a tomb.
We have not time for 2 trips.
2 trips, you say, Fergus. What do you mean?
She says she wants your word first.
She has my word that I will make sure I assemble
The word of your people.
Rue pauses and says that I will speak with them. The commander is speaking with their men right now. I will let you know in a moment.
Fergus looks confused.
So, yeah, where is the commander right now?
I look confused because last time I checked, your people were on the western continent.
She was referring to the Legion.
Oh.
It's like 60 feet away.
Never mind. I was sitting there going, fly to West Continent to get word to fly back, and then, yeah, I was as it was going through my head.
No.
Yeah, you can see that they've it looks like they've actually started to set up a temporary camp. They've broken out some tents, and it also looks like they've set up like some sort of perimeter guard.
Telemon, what think
And
you of this?
the commander is talking with like a half dozen people. It looks like maybe officers. Who knows?
I do probably head over towards the general direction of the commander.
So, what does Telemon think of all this as we see Heru Deshret walk over towards the commander?
Are you saying that out loud? I'm just curious. Oh yeah, I think that Haru will kind of step back if he hears that. He'll say that if things go as I plan, they will no longer be an army of Boros or an army of Arkfall or an army of anyone except for Deshret. He understands that they are a religious order. I'm certain that I can convince them that they are but paladins, as there are other orders with similar such armies. I know within this land. Perhaps as long as we swear no, potentially a neutrality agreement with the other empires, so they know that our people will only get involved with holy matters. It may sway his conscience.
Holy wars have caused much strife.
Indeed, but when holy wars have weapons such as this, and he points towards the crystal Telemon has, the strife is required. Haru shakes his head, Haru shakes his head and says that we found it, other forces will find it. Hiding it is not an option. Protecting it behind warriors and not one, but the protection of two gods, I think that is what is required of something of this magnitude.
How many spells or divine things have you actually attempted in this time? I'm curious to note, Haru. Have you actually tried any?
Do you mean during the time warp, or do you mean after the time warp?
Like
Like
here?
I've done a couple. Yeah, I used Harm against the dragon. I've used Magic Weapon
That was it, right?
and Light. I think I've had Light cast right now.
Okay. All right, so you would, I think you've probably used magic enough by now to actually realize that there's something a little bit funny with your connection with Deshret, and you can't really quite put your place on it, or your finger on it, but there's definitely something a little bit off.
That could definitely make sense.
You haven't had time to actually meditate or anything like that and commune with your god, so you're not really sure what.
Yeah, that's been high on my priority list. I actually have some questions to ask him, so there's something probably going to be casting Revelation or trying to next time we get a break. But yeah, still good to stand by my statement though.
All right, so are you gonna go try to go interface with the Legion?
Yeah, I'm gonna go over.
Torres, yes. She's got her arms crossed and she's just like her hip cocked in a very typically feminine pose. I think she looks at you for a long time and she says, in kind of this echoey voice. It is the remnants of her former self. It is a mortal object filled with an immortal power. It cannot reside on any plane but this own. It is, in fact, what helps anchor Flindadaria's powers here. Lets her interact with this plane.
I think Haru's gonna scratch his chin and ask if, is this common amongst the gods to have an anchor object such as this? Something you've
Those
probably
which
never
have
heard of before.
ascended from mortal being, yes.
Haru is going to take that as an
Among the
interesting
old
revelation.
gods, it is unknown.
Kellerman, what are the people on the ship? Need to get them somewhere safe.
All right, so what is this conversation that Haru has?
I'm going to go over and I'm essentially going to explain to the commander that there is a fortress in this realm, and I believe it is our destiny to essentially join me there in defending the realm, using that as a new fort of essentially a new order, and that if she's willing to convince them, or if she can convince her people, that most likely I will speak to the king and see if we can essentially declare ourselves a neutral paladin order, so we can only focus on the matters of protecting the world and the benefit of all realms, including Arkval and Boros, without getting involved in any internal matters. They might release you from your oath under the circumstances if we can.
So
explain the situation.
She has by now introduced herself as Chiana, and I think she's listening to you after dismissing her junior officers, and I think she's listening to you, but she's obviously a little bit skeptical. Like, it's very clear to you that she's preparing the Legion for its trip back to Boros, but she does listen. And I think she says, you will have a very hard time convincing the king of Arkval, a Median, that we are simply some sort of neutral order. And I think she says, my people are not paladins.
Perhaps they will.
We are believers in most part, but in truth, most of us are soldiers.
I believe that if I should survive the coming days, that I will be training you in the arts. I pause for a second, and then you will be paladins. We will speak to the commander, or not the commander, the king of this realm, but I believe that you are correct that we do need to talk to him. However, at the same time, I think that when it comes to light, that essentially there's an artifact that could destroy his realm, their realm, and everyone's realm, that a neutral protection is what is required. No realm should have that kind of power, or it will simply potentially overwhelm the other realms. It needs to be kept out of everyone's hands for the good of all. A wise king will understand that, and if the king is not wise, we will have to deal with it at the time. But I believe your people are destined to protect this item for otherwise. How many years have you been, may I ask, since the founding of your mission?
It has been approximately 6 centuries.
What was it all for if in another century another person gets the artifact and it all begins again? This is our chance to change that.
And you would have us stay here and protect this artifact and this temple?
Protect the fortress. The temple resides on top, but it is in agreement with the, I guess, current occupant. And I'm just going to kind of pause and say, I do not believe that this particular deity will cause much trouble as long as Deshret's light flows through this fortress as well. It is a strong fortress. I have seen it. It could be turned into an almost sorry, I'm having a serious brain fart right now. But it could definitely be made into a fortress of near invulnerability for your forces. It only is dilapidated because it was abandoned.
Harry, why don't you make another another parlay roll? It sounds like you're promising. Sounds like you're promising like actual kind of sanctuary. In terms of the fortress, like you can work things out with the king so that they won't be hunted down and attacked by the Arkval army. And it sounds also like you're promising that you're going to like join them and train them.
Join them and train them in the arts of.
Like
That's
you're
right.
promising to give them something to do. So yeah, go ahead and make a check.
Oh God, here we go. It could have been worse.
I think she turns away from you for like a long moment, in thought. And I think she turns back and she says, "Look, if I were to attempt to convince everyone to stay here, it would be a grave risk. We could be hunted down and killed for trespassing upon these lands. Whereas if we return to Boros, I may be able to beg the king for forgiveness and take the punishment upon myself, since I am in command. My men, at least, may yet be spared the blame back in Boros, and they may be able to return to their families. If we were to stay here, what would become of their wives and their husbands and their children? So very far away."
That's what's going to pause for a moment and say that I hate to ask this of you, since I know this is a great risk, but it is one that I would take myself, and I would gladly go with you if the situation was permitting, but I must see that this portal is closed. Perhaps you should send the others to the fortress. While it is dilapidated, I do not believe anyone would like to try to force an army inside of it. I'm going to pause for a second and kind of look over the map and say that perhaps if you return and explain the situation, I can send with you some proof of what we say, perhaps the corpse of the creature. I know that it is probably likely to not be the proof that will be required, but I will join you in Boros as soon as the portal is closed and speak to the king there.
Well, regardless, this does not change the fact that of the families of the Legion. Not all of them have them, but I cannot simply ask my men to forsake everything that they were not expecting to leave behind. They were expecting a return to Boros.
Drew nods and says that I believe that this fortress is once a home or the epicenter of a great city. Perhaps it could become a city again. I believe this land. I will speak to the King of Arkfall. My intention will be to try to get this small patch of remote land far from his towns, several days away from the nearest road, at the fastest of hikes. And I will try to have him consider this land, Holy Land, a sanctuary of sorts. Your people could live there and thrive, I hope.
I'm sorry, that's your intention to talk with the king is not good enough. I need something. Promise that you have your own resources to support my men, or promises that if some sort of assurance that if the king decides against it, my men will be able to return to Boros or be safe. It will be the journey of weeks, almost a month, to simply return to our fortress on the Boros border, and another uh, several weeks to get to the capital of Boros. Uh, to return here after going there, uh, some 2 months at least.
I'm going to kind of point out of the tent out at Telemon as he walks past and say, I cannot give such assurances. But the man there, he may be able to.
Well, perhaps
He
I
also
should
may
be
be
speaking
able
with
to.
him then.
I believe that we should call him in. I believe that he would never leave your families to risk in that way, and I also believe he may have a way for us to return quickly from our trip to Boros. He is wealthy and something of a legend in this part of town, and I believe that, or in this time, and I'm just gonna kind of look around and say that a time that I am not a part of, but he is. Should we fetch him?
As she kind of sighs and nods.
I'll lean out of the tent and holler, Telemon, we need to speak to you. Do you have a way to travel quickly to Boros or back? Rue nods and emotions to the commander, Cheyenne, and says that we need to speak with I believe that her army's concerns are with what the kings might say. I believe that the kings will see wisdom in the protection of
One
all
cannot
realms.
just walk in and speak with a king.
Fergus follows Telemon in. I can totally see that.
Yeah, Fergus can probably just follow. I mean, Fergus is sworn to protect Telemon.
I've been following Telemon, yeah.
Perhaps, but when their empire is at stake, they tend to be more reasonable. Out of curiosity, Star, are there other paladin orders? Like, I'm just curious, like, what kind of are there like actual orders of paladins that exist in the land legally? I'm not sure exactly how that is.
There are. There's not a huge amount of very prominent ones. Like there's no like the closest thing that there is to like an order that's known throughout Arkval is the Silver Order. But it's not like they have. It's not like they have an army which they ride under their own banners or anything. The Silver Order is similar to the Hunters in that they deal with unnatural threats. I guess the Ardanian Sky Knights, over in Ardane, they're very close to an order of paladins. They don't have holy magic or anything, but they're very close. They're a knightly order. But in Arkval, there's probably like maybe one or two very minor orders of paladins, and then there's the Silver Order, which is like a small to medium sized order.
Bruce says that I am certain we can convince the king, Telemon, especially if you're willing to assist us with this. I'm gonna kind of point at the map and say that while there is not an order of our size here, I believe that if we take the oath to only protect the realm against threats from beyond the realm, never get involved within inter-realm matters, they will accept it. And I believe that should be our mission. Our mission should be to protect and to make sure that evil never falls into the wrong hands again, not to fight wars. The king will react, I'm sure, positively to Telamon the Red speaking with him. I'm just going to kind of motion and say that your legend precedes you. It lasted well into my time. You have wealth, no? Do you have political connections in this town? I believe that Telamon the Red showing up with a letter from the Baron would be most accepted by the local king, especially when there are grave matters to discuss. Demonstrations of our magics would no doubt convince him further that we should speak with him. All I know, Telamon, is replacing the artifact into an undefended tower merely invites a delay of a year before the events transfold again and next time. Delay. Do you think you can fool a Do you think you can fool a god, Telamon? Do you think you can fool God, Telamon? Do you think that Plindaria wishes to remain in the empty tower forever? They will find you. Death will find you. And it will find the tower. And if there is nothing there to protect it, it will be taken again. I am certain. Illusion only goes so far, Telamon. An army of the righteous will stop him.
Your friend here has promised to teach us his ways and to teach us to wield the powers of light. I think Chiana kind of says.
Deshret nods and says that I believe it is their destiny to. Perhaps the way that time works, they even found our religion. But perhaps it's not meant to be to the West. Perhaps it is meant to be here, or at least one dedicated order of my people is to be here. I will gladly accept your magic, Telamon, to hide this location of the place. The less eyes on it, the better, but I do not see that how they need to be mutually exclusive. Perhaps you can attempt to hide the tower and my people can still protect it. If your way fails, my way is, what would you say, the backup plan?
I think you may recall that Sarcasmos chose to do something very similar in in regards to the Hunter's Keep, except he used an army of the undead.
You there, Tel? Hi, Gabby. I do not think our methods need to be exclusive, Telamon.
I think she turns and she says, "Your friend, the Chosen of Deshret, has talked about a great many things. He says that he wishes to relocate us to this tower, but my men, I do not believe they will be willing to move without their families, and he believes that you may be able to convince your King Emedian to grant the settlement of a new village there. I do not know how things work in your land, but this seems most dubious to me."
Telamon, this protection of his realm should be benefit enough. Protection of the world should be benefit more. We will let him speak with the necromancer. Are you always so negative, Telemon? I used to think you were a positive person, Telemon. Yeah, I'm just gonna kind of look to her and look back to Telemon and say that. What after Telemon? I do not think sealing away that crystal is a possibility. Not with the forces you are speaking of, Telemon. You are powerful. You do not understand, Telemon. Servants of a deity are not just people, Telemon. They are the avatars of that deity. They are the ones that they act through. With us there and our soldiers there, we simply give Deshret the tools to protect the tower. I put my faith in him. The question is now, that is something to work out in the aftermath. As you say, we need to seal the portal, and these people need somewhere to go. But we do not want any harm to come to their families. I think we can agree to this point. Yes? And we must speak to the king, explain that there are extenuating circumstances, and that we will meet with them. And we must perhaps send a delegation now to meet with them. Arrangements must be made for the aftermath before we can complete our task, Telemon, because it does not stop once the portal is closed. The crystal must be dealt with, and I do not believe your method alone is sufficient. Combined, our methods may be capable of protecting this crystal for thousands of centuries. Not exactly sure what you plan to do, Telemon. Simply sealing it away sounds as if we are merely delaying the inevitable. Mere decades. It is irresponsible.
I'm back, sir.
So what exactly do you guys decide to do?
Haru crosses his arms and say that I believe my plan must stand, but I'm not sure if Telemon is willing to assist us or not in this matter. I'm going to look at him with a bit of a disappointed look on my face.
If your friend is not even willing to make the attempt, I think Gianni says, turning to you, Haru, then I'm afraid we cannot give you our word to stay here. The likes of which of Telemon the Red may have some weight. His words, some meaning to them. But if he is not willing to make the attempt, then we will begin making our way back to Boros immediately.
Telemon looks.
Regardless, they should be allowed to return to their homes. You do not want to force this burden upon them longer.
I'm going to turn and say that you know nothing of the affairs of the world, Fergus. I'm going to look to Telemon.
But I know much of the affairs of family.
When this deal falls through with Daria, Telemon, what do you think is going to happen to these people that you're trying to be so concerned about? When we go out there and announce that she's not getting an army and that she's not getting protection to her fortress, most likely a lot of people are going to end up dead in a very short amount of time, Telemon. I implore you to consider this.
We have not the time to go and visit kings.
I agree. That is why I think we need to send a delegation and then meet with them after, once we have sorted the situation out. But we need to send some proof or something with them. Or perhaps a faster method of travel. Perhaps we could convince the Baron of Arnhem to send an official on our behalf. To stay any rash decisions. I merely seek to stay any rash decision towards these people's families, not attempt to convince him yet. We will attempt to do that shortly. I do not want anyone harm to come to anyone that they love.
Then let them return to their families.
If we do this again, Fergus, and I do know what will happen if we step outside and tell the essence of Felindaria that we are no longer going to be honoring this bargain.
He's probably here.
I of course will attempt to keep this bargain. You know that, Telemon. I am serious about it, but she is going to attack.
User joined your channel.
And she is going to attack hard. And there are people that are going to die in a moment, Telemon, because you are unwilling to assist this plan. Then Kuru's going to sound a little alarmed and say,
I will attempt. In case people somehow forgot, I will remind you all of the conversation that did take place in front of everyone when Torres reappeared. That she would let everyone go with the crystal if her conditions were met. That was the deal that Heru was able to secure. So I'll just refresh everybody in case anybody was not paying attention at the point, or
The longer we delay, the more time Death has to prepare. You have seen what his minions can do.
I agree that we must hurry, but do you think we are going to be allowed to leave now? A great fight is coming, Colonel, or not Colonel. What's her rank?
She's Commander Chiani or Chiana.
Commander, a great fight is coming. Can you discreetly tell your men to step outside and to get to a distance? If Telemon goes back on this agreement, and we have not worked out a deal with that creature, it will attack. There will be a horrible fight outside. You need to be prepared for it.
I think she narrows her eyes and she says, the being of light which you were speaking to before, I thought it merely something that the wizard had summoned.
Riher shakes his head and says that no, it was most definitely an aspect of the Felindaria deity that also resides in the tower.
And it presents threat. She turns to, I think, probably Telemon.
It does not care about the fate of the world. It does not care about anything except for getting the crystal back into the tower, where it will simply be stolen again. I almost snort a laugh and say that without protection. She's unwilling to give me time to seek that protection, and I believe that fate is brought you here for a reason, but...
If there is going to be a conflict, we will not run from it. I will order my men to prepare arms.
Your men are... I just want you to know, Commander, and I looked at Telemon with a bit of a glare. Your men are dying because he is refusing to cooperate. But I will do everything I can to save as many as I can.
Here, it would take months for this to happen. Negotiations are not quick with kings.
We must send messengers immediately. I'm not saying we need to make the tour immediately. By the time they arrive, it'll still arrive faster than the army would arrive back. The difference is moot.
I think at this point, Chiana has left the tent, saying that she's going to go make sure her men are ready for combat. While you guys are still discussing this.
I think Haru is just going to look to Telamon and say that anyone who dies today, the blood is on your hands. And I'm just going to take my Sending two riders to speak with the kings of a great emergency, visiting them after the portal has been closed with perhaps more proof of what occurred. Petitioning for a land of Holy Land. It is a difficult and long process, but it's hardly impossible. Shakes his head. Just because something is not easy does not make it impossible, Telamon. You of all people should know that. I must prepare to speak to the deity, and no likely accept its wrath first. And I am going to step out of the tent and think I might actually kind of not make an immediate run to that. I'm actually going to go to a different tent. I'll send you a message saying, like,
So Lotho, a quick summary of what you would have seen. After Regan was destroyed by the fireball but regenerated, he took shelter beneath the cart in the middle, and he began to be steadily surrounded. Nobody saw it, but it was reported later that he attempted to cast some sort of spell, and Graves shot him through the head with a crossbow, and he died.
Wow.
And he was left there. And in the aftermath, Telamon released the Cobran Legion from their oath to him, to come to his aid this day. And since then, everybody has essentially been talking. Heru has been trying to convince the Legion to return to the Tower of Adoriath and take up residence there to guard it and the Temple of Felindaria, and has been trying to convince Telamon to petition the king for creation of a new holy order, and to allow them to take up residence there. In the process, Torres, the aspect of Felindaria, reappeared and was only staved off from potentially assaulting the team and trying to take back the crystal when Heru promised that he would convince the Legion to in fact guard the crystal and guard the tower. And if he was able to do so, she would allow everyone to take the crystal to Ruadavan to close the barrier. But if he was not able to persuade the Legion to help defend the tower, she would not allow the crystal to be taken from this place. And discussions have been happening since then. And I think the Legion has been setting up like a temporary camp, probably like 80 or 90 feet away from where the horizon is parked down on the grass. And I think maybe you've been milling about near the airship with the rest of the airship's crew when Heru emerges from the tent looking about and sees you and immediately starts stalking towards you.
Okay. Just to clarify, out of character, because I'm sure Lotho doesn't know any of this yet, what does the party tend to want to do so far? Have they not made up their mind with
It is
regards to the
split
crystal?
50-50.
Nobody knows.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I figured.
Yeah,
but
some
I was just
people don't
making
want
sure.
to try, and some people think that it's worth trying.
Okay. And who has a crystal now? It's Telemon, right?
Telemon, yeah.
So who wants the crystal on their side, meaning the NPCs?
Just Torres.
Okay, and she is that commander person.
No, Torres is the the
The avatar of your other
light
character's
form
goddess.
of
Oh yes, the
Philandaria.
Philandaria. Okay.
Yeah, she's
Didn't somebody promise it to her or something like that?
yeah, and she's again like you guys essentially started to go back on your deal, and Haru began to renegotiate and convinced her that if he was able to get her the Legion to guard Philindaria's temple, that she wouldn't kill you all and she would let you take the crystal to Radovan. But he was unable to convince the Legion that they would be safe here and that they would be able to get their families here, and they required him to get Telemon to help because Telemon has an important name, and Telemon is refusing to help. So
interesting.
yeah, like if he could have if he could have gotten Telemon to agree, then things might have worked out. But due to a chain of events, deal A cannot be met, so deal B cannot be met. So like, yeah.
Logic puzzle. Yes.
You're the official. You're a friend and official court mage of one of the 8 barons of the land. So I mean that was essentially what Haru was trying to convince you of. But we're not going to go and have this conversation again because he tried to convince you and you were not convinced. So Haru is stalking out of the tent directly towards you, Lotho.
So how's it go?
Not well, Lotho. This camp is about to be attacked. I need to speak with you, and I'm just going to kind of hustle you into a tent and talk to you for a little bit.
Who's going to attack us?
You don't want to know, but you will know. Just come with me. I'll explain everything, and I'm just going to take you into the tent and kind of catch you up on things.
I go in there with him. Sure.
Does this need to be an entirely private conversation?
Might be.
Okay, all right. Why don't you guys go up into the GM's lair and have a little conversation? Pop back down when you're done.
Good. Right back.
User left your channel.
So while they're doing that, what is Telemon and what is Fergus doing? Okay, so you leave the tent. She's not visible anywhere. Yeah, I think there's like kind of a blinding glare from over your shoulder, and you turn around, and she's just kind of like standing there in the grass. And again, like the grass is like kind of smoldering beneath her feet. Arms once again crossed. What do you intend by sealing the crystal? As I said before, my mistress's power is inexorably linked to this plane by this crystal, and back and forth. Her essence is tied directly to this thing. Doing something with it, attempting to seal the crystal, may have consequences. She could still interact with this plane, but it could never again be used by her faithful. Because it was lost. It was a great boon to have it returned once again. Lendadaria's temple is above the ground. The temple of Vadorieth lies within the mountain. They are two sides to the same coin. Fedoriath is whom my lady once was. Felindaria is whom my lady is now. When she ascended, she left many things behind. Some of these things coalesced. Fedoriath is inexorably linked to my lady, but Fedoriath is also different. These are things most mortals cannot comprehend. I am not privy to such deal. I was communing with my lady. As far as I am aware, you have promised to provide this legion as defenders for the tower. The tower has always had few defenders, but they were faithful. We are to enter into some sort of alliance with Deshret, even though he is not powerful in this era. It could change things. Having so many followers could be a boon, especially if they are taught the ways. I think, Telemon, you at least know that believers are a very big thing to gods, even if they don't like directly worship a god. Many deities gain their power from such belief, and gain far more power from worship. But even just belief in a deity is enough to give them some power. So you probably find it at least a little bit likely that that she's banking on the fact that if they have like some sort of small legion up there, even if they're not dedicated to her, they'll probably believe in her in some aspect, and it'll probably be more concentrated power from them than she typically has received in a very long time. So like she would benefit in a significant way, like, you know, more honors for the deity if they are guarding her temple, that sort of thing. Attempting to magically seal it could be possible, but you must be very careful, and I do not know if my lady would allow such a thing. It could interrupt her connection to this plane. If you were to fail, the consequences could be most dire. Could open up a rift. It depends upon what you attempt. To merely conceal it may be one thing. To seal it away is quite different. Yeah, she narrows her eyes. He is not the only one which seeks the power of this crystal. Such artifacts of deities are highly coveted. I do not know why he needs it, but for those who know how to wield such power, they can tap directly into my lady's life force, her essence, if you will. Even though it is only a shadow of whom she once was, it is a great deal of power. Um, hmm. So Haru has disappeared with Lotho. would you be talking to any members of the crew at this time? Like, some of them are on the ship, some of them are like around the ship. Yeah, I think you can actually see him. He's outside on the grass with Grimna and Nara, and they're doing like a walk around of the ship. If you recall, the ship has been damaged fairly significantly several times, and it looks like now that you guys are on dry land, Grimna is giving she's pointing to various parts of the hull that seem to be damaged, and you can see Landon just like sigh and his shoulders sag, and then he starts talking animately as you start walking forward, and it's very clear that they're going over the damage to the ship and like how to repair it. Telemon. Are we about to be blasted into oblivion? I think he looks past you, and you can see Torres is not following you, but like she's kind of like 60 feet behind you, still with her arms crossed, like
He
kind
is
of
not
glaring
happy.
in your direction. It's like I take it, since we haven't been blasted into oblivion by now, with a stay maybe. Anyway, I don't understand about magic, but. The ship is fine. We'll have to repair it for some time to get her back up into tip-top shape. But he grins and he's like, "I'm surprised she held up as well as she did. I don't know that anyone's ever done that." Yeah, I think like his face immediately frowns and he's like, "This is true. I was wondering if I was hallucinating or not." I think he leans in and he says, "Just between you and me, I'd always heard that the Horizon, not this ship, but like the ship that it was named after, like the very first airship, um, built I guess 60, 70 years. Well, not 60, 70 years. I don't even know what time we're in. Oh, well, the first ship. This one was named after. Actually, I heard that this ship was built using the blueprints of that one. In fact, I'm named after the man who helped design her." Yeah, like his jaw drops a little bit, and he's like, I guess we expected that, but he looks to Nara and he shrugs and he's like, "I guess there goes all those warrants."
Alright, mayhap you not get more, eh?
And he's like, oh, there's so many places that don't know our names yet.
Fergus gives him the eye like he's in the picture at the Yets.
He's like, "And you say there are no airships in this time? Oh, we could make a killing."
But one.
Then
Mayhap
he
we
narrows
can
his
make
eyes and he
more.
says, "That is a point. If we're the only one, Nara, we're going to have to be careful where we put down from now on." She kind of nods. Like, we might need to make sure we have some more trained guards aboard. And maybe no more putting down on the land.
Just float in the air.
Yeah. Yeah, like you can see him like starting to look like immediately frantically around for like security threats, like his ship's about to get stolen. We have to go back there? Weren't we just there? Another long trip. Well, we'll have to stock up on supplies again. But
Aye, and you have to
it's
offload some
airworthy.
people, probably.
It's
User joined
airworthy.
your channel. User joined your channel.
Assuming it's in the same place, the ship is airworthy. So I think does Landon and I think Landon is talking with Telemon and Fergus over by Nara, and Grimna by the airship, and it sounds like Haru and perhaps Lotho are exiting a tent somewhere.
Yes.
So you guys see them
Actually,
talking
just
over by
Lotho
the
right
airship.
now. Haru's still in the tent, but
Okay.
Lotho
Just leave. Yeah, I'm leaving. I'm heading towards the ship.
Okay. Yeah, you can see them talking over by the gangplank.
Okay. So I'll come and see what they're talking about. They're still talking.
Yeah, you catch them on the tail end of the conversation. It sounds like they're talking about resupplying the ship and heading over the sea. You hear the word Ruadavan.
Okay, good. Does Landon start to go away from Telemon, or do they stay together?
Well, there's 3 NPCs here: Landon, Nara, and Grimna, and then there's Fergus here as well.
Okay.
I think eventually they start to move on to other matters regarding the ship, and Telemon and Fergus are left by themselves here as you're walking up.
Okay. So I want to go speak to Landon. I want to catch up with him, I guess.
Okay, yeah, you can see him walking up on top of the ship. He's talking with his 2 fellows up there, but you can easily run up the gangplank and catch up to him.
So Landon, just to let you know,
Oh, hello, Lotho. Oh, that was a good shot against that dragon, I must say. You're quite a good eye with that thing.
yes,
We need
yes,
to get another one of those. Maybe 3 others. I wonder
that-
how many we can fit aboard.
that would be wise, and we might need him sooner than later. But since we only have one for the now, I might need to man it, and we might need to prepare for an attack. I think Telemon is getting us into some trouble.
Oh,
I think he is angering a god who might be sending some kind of godly sprite to harm us in some way.
oh, you mean the woman made out of light? I saw him talking with her just a few moments ago.
Yes. How did that talk go, do you think?
She looked rather animated, but it looks like she's waiting over there with her arms. Nara gives me that same look.
Yes, yes. And I think Telemon means to make her wait with that look for quite some time, and a god being angry might, or a sprite of a god being angry might carry on in ways that Nara might not. Maybe, I don't know.
I don't
could be
know. You've
formidable.
never seen Nara.
True, but
She
but I'm
can get
sure with the
quite
fury of a
mad.
god is quite the more dangerous it might
I
be
don't-
for the ship than Nara might be.
I don't
She
know
might
what
just
the,
run away with it, but
I don't know what
god
the
might
ballista
destroy
is
it.
going to do against that thing. I mean, you saw it drag the ship.
Yes, well, we must be as ready as possible, if not to fight, to flee, because things might go badly.
He steps forward and he's like, yes. Well, we're trying to get the ship ready. We need supplies.
Ready for battle might be a more prodigious effort than preparing for supplies to come on board right now.
Like
Supplies before we leave for the west, yes, but
ready for battle is in like right now.
as in at a moment's notice, yes.
Like he starts looking around a little bit nervously, and he's like, "Oh, Nara, dear," and he starts like walking towards her.
Do it as casually as you can, though. Don't sound any alarms.
Yeah, he turns to you and he's like, "I always fly casual."
Oh, very good.
Yeah,
So
I'm
you-
probably heading out looking for the commander right now, while trying to be discreet.
So,
see what
Telemon,
he's
you're
up
looking
to.
for Haru? So, you spot him exiting the tent, and Haru, you're looking around for the commander. So one of you is looking for the commander, and one of you is looking for the other. So what happens?
You can spot me, Telemon. certainly, I'm just trying to be very casual about my approach. I'm gonna turn to Telamon. He's going to actually almost like take a brief look, and he's going to kind of nod and say that, or kind of like look taken aback and say that, I'm actually glad to see that you saw that wisdom. I was fearing an attack. In fact, I believe I just sent Lotho a moment ago to warn the captain that I was fearful that the sprite was about to assault us. Did you speak with her yet? Drew nods and says that perhaps we can choose 2 riders to go on our behalf for the moment until the portal's closed.
It's not so much, just not to interrupt you, but it's not so much difficult as so much as the consequences for failure would be extreme.
Telamon, I have a plan. This is an idea that perhaps was passed to me a moment ago. If you're willing to speak to the Baron and work out that plan, perhaps I'm going to kind of look. I could use my magic to anchor myself to this place, and once we have sealed the portal, we could return well in advance of the airship. Well, I suppose we could anchor it to another location if we were going someplace for supplies, but someplace close enough where we could return in time to deal with any ramifications faster.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's very notable that like the Cobra Legion is like more than occasionally like turning their heads and like staring at the ship like with like jaws dropped, and like you can see people muttering and like talking and like, have you ever seen anything like it? Well, I once heard of a ghost ship that floated on the clouds, but
Perhaps we should set it down, or at least lower it down into the.
it's actually it's actually like in the grass right now.
Oh wow, that is true. It is definitely suspicious and definitely drawing attention. Have we spoken to the commander yet about the plan, and have we decided on what we'll be doing with all of our passengers? Haru nods and says that we should leave those that cannot defend themselves there, absolutely. We've spoken to the commander. We should inform her before word of the army.
I think you actually can see her coming towards you with a pair of the armed Legion, and I think you can actually see the a lot of the Legion looks like they're trying to be casual, but not too casual, and you can also see several squads of the Legion casually reforming in a perimeter around the general area. And I think you can actually see some of their shamans starting to form a perimeter around Torres.
So I think that yeah, I'm gonna look at Telamon and say let us speak to her then, and I'm gonna head that direction.
Yeah, she's walking to you and she says, "I've made preparations. I do not know what good our very meager magics will do, but the shamans are getting into position in anticipation of this conflict. We will do our best." She gives you a puzzled look. She looks puzzled, but like a little bit relieved that you're actually going to try now. She says, "So, do we still anticipate conflict with this being? And where will we go?"
Haru holds up his hand as well and says, "I do not believe the being will be a threat if we are going to continue with the original plan. Telamon was most wise in seeing reason on this matter, and I'll just give him a nod."
Well, it took us some time to get here, on the order of a month, but it is a further month to the capital beyond. The Cobran Legion is well known amongst my people. I am not very high within the military, but I should be able to talk with my direct superior at the capital, and I believe the honor of the Legion compels at least a brief word with the king, if not at least my superior, the general for our division, could be persuaded to contact him upon our merit.
A letter from the Baron might assist Telamon. Perhaps you could send word and have one sent with their men. It may give them some, I guess, back up to what they have to say.
I think she looks back and forth and she says, "But the Legion would be staying here. It would be moving to this tower we spoke of. It will be very difficult to cross the border again without some sort of conflict. And I doubt your magic could move us all."
I think we should send the two most respectable people in the army with a letter from the Baron. I think that would perhaps at least buy us time, explaining that the situation will be resolved.
I do not know what weight your Baron could aid us, but I would gladly take such a letter anyway. Perhaps such words might be best suited for your own realm, but it may carry some weight. I do not know.
The crisis of the situation.
Indeed. I must go back to Boros. I must be at least one to go back to Boros. As much as I hate to leave my people here, if any of us is to answer for our dereliction, it should be myself, and I believe I have the best chance of convincing my superiors that we were perhaps in the right. We left only a token guard at the keep, and this could be taken very seriously.
I'm going to nod and say that that is an honorable and respectable thing to do, and that I would do the same if I was in your position. Though I definitely respect the risk that she is taking in that matter. If there's anything I could give her to further aid you, I would be happy to.
She looks a little bit like aghast. She says, "If I would be willing to use this if necessary. It would be a trip of at least 2 months to simply get back uh, by normal channels if I was allowed. However, this this would not allow me to. If all goes well, I would hope to return with the families of the Legion if we can work things out. What am I what am I to tell what am I to tell the how am I to broach the topic of negotiations? This would be akin to a resettlement of a small village from Boros to Arkfall. This would
I have a
be
quick
a
question.
matter of kings.
Do I have in my future bag of books any books that detail the horrible things that happened to Boros?
Uh, what books do you have?
I still have a bag of future books with 3 of 5 on it. I gave away my Rise of the Gods, Fall of Civilization to Telemon in the past. I don't know if I'll ever see that again. But I don't know what happened to the other book. But yeah.
You could have a book about Boros if you want. Rise of the Gods, Fall of Civilization probably covered it to some extent. If you wanted like a less religious text, like less focused on the gods and more like the history of Boros from.
Maybe like the history of the realms and maybe how they like downfall or like the downfall of them after a certain point from the future. that sort of thing.
You could have one.
What should I call this book? And I'll mark it down and hand it to her.
It could be the histories of Keldum from the year 660 onward.
Okay, I'm going to take that book out of my book.
Which is notably 20 years in the future.
I'm going to pass this book over and say that I've realized that this is not the most authentic proof and that there's no way to tell its age, but the writings therein may combine with the rest of what you bring to the Baron to help you. And I'll hand her the book.
Okay, yeah, she takes it, and is a little awed by the cover. Is I will pick my most reliable man to keep the Legion whole while I am gone. However, you will have to direct them to their new location.
I'm not, and I will say that I'll start going over to the map and say, Telemon, do you know where? You believe you could point it out on a map specifically? I have maps from my time. I don't know if they're different. Oh, one more thing, Commander. Warn your man that there are unusual creatures there. We faced one of them. They float. They're very dangerous.
We have dealt with horrible creatures before, I think she says, and she looks to the 2 guards that she brought, and she's like, they will be of no issue.
Her will definitely nod to that, and yeah, I guess just to see if Telemon can point out the tower on the map for her.
They have been sure they have crossbows.
So what is? Okay, yeah. So you direct them to the tower. All right, that's fine. I think you can see Taurus waiting, glancing a little bit towards the Minotaurs who have attempted to subtly surround her from a very great distance, but obviously have not gone undetected since they're Minotaurs.
The last resort, if you can avoid using it.
Does it have to be used here first? Yeah, she nods. She looks grim, but she says, if we are to truly remain here, perhaps I will instead make the trip to the tower and make it there, so we may have some sort of portal back to Boros. So who goes and breaks the news to Torres?
I'll probably be going as well.
This is the sprite, right?
The aspect of Felindaria, the being
Yes.
made of light.
Okay. Is the ship's starboard side facing her?
Yeah.
Okay.
Definitely gonna head over that direction with Telemon and say that I believe she will be pleased by this development as we're walking.
The Cobran Legion. Indeed. I think she looks around. Is this why they are surrounding us?
Sending two people currently from their force to speak to respective leaders of the Empire, including their commander.
But
The
they
rest
will
are
be
going to be
they will be heading to the tower.
the entire army will be heading to the tower. Will return to the tower eventually, though. They just need to make it. They need to meet with the barons. This is but the beginning. I will stress and say that hopefully, for many generations to come, our numbers will swell.
Very well. You may use the crystal to seal this portal in Harn. However, let me warn you, if anything should happen to the crystal, there will be no end to my wrath. Our deal will be off. Your lives will be forfeit. It must be returned to the temple as soon as you are done with it.
When you say anything happening to the crystal, I do have one question. Is there anything that could damage the crystal that we should be aware of? It's not our intention.
The crystal is a mortal object. It is capable of being destroyed.
Assuming that the energies within are not and would cause great catastrophic damage at that point.
This is perhaps an understatement.
Haru nods and says, then I think it is in everyone's best interest to keep this crystal safe. I suspect that destroying it would be a bad situation for everyone involved. And I kind of look to Telemon and say that it must be kept intact.
So, I guess with that, Torres says, "I will be watching to make sure that you fulfill this deal," and then just blinks out of existence.
Haru takes a deep breath and just like exhales.
Aye.
So,
You also must arrange for some of these people to be left at. You said you have a guild, Telemon. This has rooms, perhaps.
yeah. So
That wrecked building.
we can fast forward a little bit. So I guess the Cobran Legion heads to the tower with a dagger. All right, so remove that from Mirai. And the rest of you go with the airship to Arnhem? Okay.
I'm
Oh.
definitely gonna be boarding, and I'll
We
probably
met-
give like Loco like a bit of a nod and say things have worked out, and hopefully there won't be as
Yes.
much trouble as I feared.
Lotho has donned a bucket on his head as a makeshift army cap, and is in the ballista, and he's ready to scream at Landon,
God.
on my command, unleash hell. In his Lotho voice. But he won't have to do that now.
I think
Yeah. In case the light came, I had something to block it. Yeah.
I think Landon walks
A little
out
bit of
with
help.
a pot
or a
on his
wooden
head.
bucket?
A wooden bucket.
Landon walks out with a pot on his head, and is like looking around, not directly at anybody because he can't see, and he just says, "Stand down, gunnery commander. It seems our services will not be required today."
Okay. Fine. I take off the bucket and get down.
Gunnery commander. That seems to be a promotion.
So as you guys begin getting onto the ship, you can see that the Legion is actually breaking camp, even though they've only been here for like an hour, and they're looks like they're starting to get ready to move to the southeast. And I think you're all getting up onto the ship. Haru, you're coming up onto the gangplank, and maybe it occurs to you to look down to the road, and you look down towards a certain cart, and you notice that there is a body that is no longer where it should be, and it is gone.
Poor Haru probably assumes they took it because I said to take the priest for proof. So I told the commander that. So I'm like, I look down and I see the body gone. And I'm probably just thinking like, well, it must probably be.
Yeah, and I think
I'm taking it with them.
they're probably thinking the same thing. Like, oh, they must have changed their minds and taken the body.
Just as I pass by, I'm thinking like, oh, yeah, I told him to take him. You just heard like, this is the necromancer we killed. So.
To fill you in, Recluse, he did see shadows going toward the corpse, and he chose to go for Therese instead.
Oh, okay. Perfect.
How long does it take? That is 175 miles to Arnhem.
Are we still at one engine, or have we made some
We're
repairs?
still on one engine.
Oh god.
Yeah, so that's going to be roughly a day's travels, like a day and a half to get to Arnhem.
That's
That's
not
like
too bad.
one engine. I'm being a little bit generous.
Would you say we've made camp?
Yes.
I can level up.
Yep, yes, you can. I think.
Oh god, I think I can level up too. I'm like way over. I didn't even realize.
We arrive in the town, the peaceful town of Arnhem, the next day. And it is very different than nearly all of you remember.
Uh-oh.
9.
Yep. It's much smaller than those of you from the future remember. But it's quaint. You can hear the sound of builders building, the sound of children laughing in the streets. It's probably midday when you arrive, and the fields are bright and healthy. The sun is shining over Arnhem, and it looks like a live, vibrant, small city. And yes, Krios is somewhere on the airship too.
What is this thing? What spirits lift this
Yeah.
thing into the air?
And I think like as you guys are floating towards Arnhem, you can see like people gasping and pointing up into the air as the airship is floating towards Arnhem.
I am king of the spirits. from the bow.
You can see the Arnhem Adventurers Guild on the southeastern side of town, where old Arnhem would be in the future. It's just part of Arnhem right now. It's not walled off, although you can kind of easily see how it would get to there. And yeah, people are definitely taking note as Landon starts to lower the ship's altitude. And he asks Telemon where to put the ship down. There is a lake, although it is miles away from Arnhem, actually. You guys do have, I will point out, you guys have like fields that are part of the guild, actual like agricultural fields, like behind the guild hall.
Yeah, in fact, I think we wanted to do wine eventually too, right?
Yeah. I'll point out that lake is 32 miles across.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's a very big lake. It's roughly 20 miles away from Arnhem. Yeah.
Okay, nice.
So yeah, he aims for there's a bunch of unused fields stretching for a couple miles to the southeast of Arnhem until it gets to even the nearest light woods that nobody's really using. There's the occasional farm that dots the landscape, but yeah, you have like miles of fields, and although you only own several acres that are attached to the guild hall, you have more than enough room to land the airship out there, like just outside the outskirts of town. I think you all see like as you start to put down into the wheat fields and stuff, you can see like little tiny green things moving quickly through the wheat with like pointed ears. It's like a swarm of tiny goblin children like rushing through the wheat, rushing quickly towards the airship. You can see them like swarming through the wheat, and like there's the people of the villa are making their way out to look at this new ship that is apparently landed in their backyard.
Telemon, what know ye of this?
Yeah, you can see.
Fergus
You can
stands
see.
down.
You can see Calvin, the guard that you guys accepted into the guild, coming out with a spear. Although he doesn't look like he's really prepared for combat. He's just kind of like making sure everything's okay. You can see Turingob, the orcish female, coming out with a big axe on her shoulder. Pleta of the Crimson Locks, the estate manager, the goblin. You can also see Bilnan, the gnomish blacksmith, and Bordric Veilhen, the dwarven master at arms.
How many months and notes ago did you have to go for these, Star?
Yeah.
All I had to do was actually
Open
just
page.
open up this,
Oh.
which is available to everybody.
Oh, cool.
I forgot we had this, to be honest.
That's a good idea.
Yes, it has.
Nice.
It's probably going to have to be updated a little bit.
Yeah, the memorial stone, probably.
You know, Regan's going to be on there twice.
Shot in the head by member Graves.
Yep.
Oh god.
So you guys put down, and the ramp lowers, and I think Pleta looks about and squints, and she says, "Telemon, is that you? I heard you were dead. And who are these people? And what is this thing? Why is it flying?
Who's this? Who are you?
I am Pleta, and I manage the estate here at the Arnhen Adventurers Guild. It's also known as the Villadaris. Have some respect.
You put a goblin in charge? I whisper over to Telemon. They're greedy and thieving.
I think there's a goblin that yells out from the back, like, "Give him the shakes, Pleta!" And like you can see, like there's a long knife at her side, but her fingers are twitching, but she doesn't draw it.
Her twitches toward Lotho.
Well, this will be interesting.
And I think like a couple small goblin children run up and they're greeting Telemon. Now that he's returned, and I think a couple greet Krios and Padine as well, and perhaps curiously, a couple people on board notice that one of the goblin children is laughing and holding a small turtle with something that seems to be growing off of its shell, and the turtle seems to be making sounds as it's pawing towards Telemon and Krios.
This is Demas, and I'm going to look down and say,
Yes, it's like the size of a regular turtle.
"Is he polymorphed?" Can you not make him larger? I'm just going to look puzzled at this. Well, hopefully this time around he will not have to be left in a abandoned wasteland of the undead.
Hopefully we have changed that.
It sounds
At
like
least
you
I
have quite a few stories to tell. I think
Aye.
the blacksmith is coming up, and I think he's even examining. Like right now, he's tugging at the silver scales on Fergus's armor, and he's like, everyone, why don't you come inside? Well, you have quite a lot to talk about.
Yes.
Blacksmith, could you point me in the direction of any throwing weapons, preferably metal and bladed?
It's like, oh, you don't mess around. Just off the boat, and all right. I have a shop just over this way.
Excellent.
You're
I'll
a big
meet you
one.
again shortly, everyone. And
He
I'll
he
start
comes up to
following
your
the
knee,
blacksmith.
probably.
Pleta, is it?
So everybody gets here, and we can skip forward a little bit again.
During the skip, though, Lotho does have a lot of objects on him he would like to have checked out by Telemon at some time. The ones that were grabbed from the dragon's nest.
It's going to depend on how much time we actually skip forward. We can skip forward a couple days if you guys want to rest. Or it did sound like Telemon may have been urgent about getting across the sea. It depends on maybe how urgent you are and how long it's going to take to get supplies here, that sort of thing. And if you're going to actually go talk to the Baron.
Pleta, I must ask leave to stay under your roof for a few days.
Oh, to the other continent? That'll take weeks. So yeah. Yeah. So here's another thing that perhaps everybody should peruse: the travel times. For sake of for sake of not actually having it on there, I'm going to say that walking is going to be the same speed as donkey or mule, 3 miles an hour, so 24 miles a day. Everything else is listed on there. Airships are at the bottom, 240 miles a day, assuming you're not going against the winds.
That's pretty useful.
Yeah. So yeah, you can make up very good time with the airship. But it's more at the mercy of the weather than your other forms of travel for the most part. Yeah. If it ever comes to that. If you ever have to use the airship as an actual ship, or if your engines are taken down, we do have rules for it. So I guess you're gonna be staying here at least a day, to resupply, to get everybody to rest. I guess to get everybody rooms.
I know
At the
something
guild.
I definitely need to do as well.
Yeah, you want to commune, right?
No, I'm going to do that as well. But the other thing that I wanted to do is I'm going to totally bury the bag of boy in the mausoleum.
The bag of boy has traveled a very long distance indeed.
Bag of bones.
No. Speaking of which, I have some things to add to your character sheets while we're doing this. I'll get to that in a second. So everybody's got like at least a day to go grab some supplies. Supplies for the airship. I guess to pay for the journey, like you would be going to the Baron, right? We don't have to have the conversation unless you want to. Yeah, okay. Well, just having the conversation doesn't necessitate a roll. If there was something that you did need to roll, I wouldn't give you the option to skip it. But what would you like in the gist of it? What would you be telling the Baron? Because it's very likely that he would provide supplies for the journey, so you don't have to worry about payment for it, probably. Yeah, I think he's when you get there, he relates to you like, you know, he had heard of the magical flying ship and scarcely believed it, but then he heard that Telamon had returned to town, and that started to make things make maybe a bit more sense. He listens to you very readily. I think he probably shares lunch with you over some fine wine, some cheeses, and some grapes or something. And yeah, he listens to your story. He's very amenable to it. He listens to the whole thing in whatever detail you tell. And yeah, he offers you what assistance he can. He says that he doesn't know how viable getting like an order of paladins established will be. He's never had anything to do with that sort of thing. He doesn't think it's impossible, but he doesn't know what sort of deal that involves. But he'll definitely put word into it. He says he hasn't had a whole lot of dealings with the king. In large part, he is not really a very politically active baron, but he's still one of the 8 barons of the realm, and so he has some political weight. And there is also like certain duties that the king has to fulfill to him. Like the king does have to hear him out. So he can send messages to the king, or if something is particularly dire, he can go see the king himself. And the messages will take time depending on how they're delivered. So that's definitely a factor, which I can try to compute in a second. He does say that he can try to put word in this regard. He doesn't know about the settlement of lands, given that it is in County Sarvarad. If it was in Enderdark, he would say he would be more than willing to broker the deal himself in terms of possibly resettling some of the Boros Minotaurs here. But since it's in Sarvarad, it's going to not only involve the king, but the rulers of Sarvarad as well, and that could complicate things. He asks perhaps if there's maybe some other alternatives to that that may be considered, but yeah, that he just brings it up because of realistic expectations. And then when you tell him you need to travel across the sea. Yeah. I think he says he hasn't had many dealings with the Count Gorak, but he has had some, and his father did before him. So he feels confident that he could at least talk with the man and maybe work something out. But a lot of this might involve the king as well, since there's some extra kingdom affairs. When you tell him that you need to head overseas, he insists on seeing the airship. You can sense he's very curious. But he does say that he will certainly provide whatever supplies he can for the journey, given the importance of it, and he wishes you well. Was there anything else you needed to bring up with him? All right. As far as you know, you gave her the dagger and you sent them off to Vidoriath. The plan was once they got there, she would use the dagger and use that to get to. Yeah, I think so, because it's only like an opening of one door, so you're gonna have to travel to the tower once you collect your supplies. I think. Let me read it about how. I'm pretty sure I remember how it works. Yeah. Yeah, you have to have one anchored in one space. So I think, yeah, she's gone to Vidoriath to get her people settled and open the portal there. And I think you probably have to travel back with the ship in order to use your words of sending or whatever, your shadow portal to send her someplace. Yeah. It's actually, if she was to get to the capital, it would be 2 months just to travel to the capital, so it would be a very big cut off of the journey. And like, even though most people wouldn't trade a year of their life for that, it would be another 2 months back, and 4 months could be the difference of like a lot in terms of political stuff. So she's clearly willing to give up a couple years. Yeah. So while Telemon's busy doing that, I think there's still more than enough rooms at the guild, although it's certainly getting a little bit packed now. They're talking about having to maybe make some expansions, and everybody is able to get some rooms here. I know Ryland's family needs a place to stay. And they're kind of getting dumped off here. I think Rylan as well. You haven't really talked about who you want. Yeah, you haven't talked about who you want to come with you on your journey. So right now everybody's getting a room here. Although Landon and Nara and the actual permanent crew are probably not, and they're probably just staying aboard the airship. But like people like Tolston and Arak, the Minotaur you brought back from the future, they'll be getting off. So there, everybody's getting settled in, including all of our player characters from the future as well. You're all given rooms. It's assumed that even if you're not joining the guild, you're welcome here as long as you need to get settled before you move on.
Yes, I know not the state of mine clan in this time.
Yeah, so that's a thing that happened. Mirai, I can't remember if we rolled this while everybody was present, to be honest. So we went back after one of the sessions because people wanted to roll some 1d100 stuff. And the people who partially succeeded got to roll on the 1d100 table too. And Mirai ended up forgetting the last year of her life.
Wow.
Yeah, so all of her journeys with all of you, like leaving the future, everything is forgotten. And so like it happens slowly over the next few days. But like as you guys get here, one morning she wakes up and yeah, she's like, what the hell? Like, where am I? Who the hell are you people? How did I get here? And it was like, and the thing is, like, she's only been traveling with everybody for about a month now. So there's like a full 11 months before everything that she's like forgotten too. So like she thinks it's a year ago. She was probably like in the forest with her wolf or something. And now she's in another century in the past. Although, to be honest, maybe Mirai is better off for having forgotten all of the horrors that you guys have seen and having her hair burned off twice.
Or not, I think.
That is true.
You are my wife, and we are going on our honeymoon.
I think Landon just like raises an eyebrow at the breakfast table.
Oh, darn.
There's plenty of other short green ones around, though. So.
So somebody takes pity on poor Mirai, I assume, and starts explaining like what happened. Regan is somewhere far away in many senses of the word. And Herr Deshret, you have you like communed after burying the body of the bag of the boy?
Yeah, I was going to ask you what's going to happen with that.
Where did you commune?
Likely in my room after all of this happened.
Okay, so yeah, after everything else, I think you probably went to commune in the night. You're staring at your candle, and you get some rather disturbing. I'm not going to say news, but disturbing feelings. Let me tell you exactly what happens.
Ooh, this could be bad.
First of all, let me see how to word this. You get a sense that your quest is complete in terms of discovering the truth of the appearance of Telamon.
Ooh, interesting. Okay, let me mark that down.
Your quest wasn't necessarily to close the rift or anything. That might be your mission. You might even think that's what Deshret would want. But the quest that you had chosen for yourself was discovering the truth behind the appearance of Telamon. And I think we've succinctly, discovered why that was.
Oh, I completely agree. I just blanked my quest section.
Yeah, you feel your blessing, as well as your vows have disappeared, and your boons as well.
Give me 1 second. I'm just trying to figure which spell I want to have, either divination or revelation. Is what I'm going to try to use. Hold on a second. Okay, maybe revelation I think might be the most thing. Most applicable one anyway. Hold on. Okay, there we go. Okay.
You also so what you end up discovering is your ties to Deshret have not severed, but you struggle to find them. It's like where before when you were communing, it felt like you were maybe sitting beneath the rays of the sun. Now it feels like you are just simply sitting in a room, and you struggle very, very hard to find any sense of Deshret at all.
That is definitely
His
understandable.
power is coming from somewhere, but it seems like it's coming from a very, very, very far place away, and you don't necessarily feel his intent or his will right now.
Can I attempt to cast a spell, or will I not be able to cast one at all?
You can, but let me see again how to word this.
Specifically, I'm looking to cast Revelation in this instance, and it's very specifically about Deshret. I don't know if that would make an impact or not. If there's anything I can do to...
Do it at a -1.
Okay, that makes complete sense. In fact, that's quite fair. Let me roll it here 1 second.
Padine managed to screw over not one cleric, but 2.
Shit.
Oh, wonderful.
Let me see the wording for Revelation. Fifth level spell, your deity answers your prayers with a moment of perfect understanding. The GM will shed light on your current situation. When acting on the information, you take 1 forward. Heru Deshret, you do not believe your deity is present in this current time.
Oh boy. So all my spells currently not working, right?
You have their power from somewhere, but it's very faint and very finicky. It's more like it's hard to describe where they're coming from. You believe in Deshret, but you also believe in what Deshret stands for. And the best you can do is perhaps you think that maybe you're deriving your spells from the same things that you believed in Deshret. It's really hard to tell. It's either that or another deity is giving you your powers.
That's very troubling.
Yeah, but you do know that you're not getting your powers directly from Deshret right now. Like, you can feel like some sort of ghost of Deshret, like either in the past or in the future, or like Deshret yet to be, or something. But yeah, it's very odd. Your powers are kind of fluctuating. It's if they're coming from a very far away place, and they're not firmly anchored. Like, the thing that you believed in and you got your powers from is not closely tied to you anymore. So you might have to readjust the focus of your beliefs, or it's very possible that you might be getting your powers from another deity altogether.
That's a very, very troubling thought, and I'm definitely going to be trying to look further into it. That's very, very troubling, Haru.
The anti-Deshret.
Andy.
But everybody else is up the next day, and supplies are being loaded to the airship. I think the Baron himself is here with his mask. It's like a wooden, I think it's like a wooden carved mask, and he's overseeing the loading, and like he seems to be very mystified by the ship. I think there's actually like several people from his retinue here. Like, he doesn't normally travel with them. Yeah, this is true. I think in theory the mask you have has like a big scar across it, and there's some blood, like very old blood stain. Maybe you don't bring that up. Yeah, he's very curious by the ship, but he doesn't like interfere or anything, and he sees that the supplies are given, and you guys have enough supplies to hopefully journey across the sea. Let's see how long that's going to take from your current position. Not again.
Oh yeah.
Ironically, I probably should ask, do I actually feel it? I'm just curious, because I feel metal now. Well, I guess it's metal. That's what
It's not metal. The Axis Mundi is wooden.
Magnetism.
Now, I will note that the route you previously took was 3,300 miles, because you intended to stop at the Minotaur Island, which is technically, theoretically, still here in this time frame. If you went west, it would be 3,300 miles to Rodovan. If you go east, I'm assuming this is Landon giving you advice. That would be more akin to 2,500 or 2,400 miles. Yeah, you'd have to be going out over the open ocean though, and the air currents there are significantly stronger. So it's up to you. I'll bring us to the main map.
Should we pick which characters we're having going to the east or west?
Yeah. West allows you to stop along the way at several different locations if you want, and the trip is generally safer. The seas are shallower, they're calmer. The winds. No, that would actually be the area to the south. I think Lesen does have some pirate activities, but it's not ruled by pirates. It is ruled by kingdoms, though, and they have their own issues. However, the trip to the east would be something like 900 miles shorter, but would carry with it the chance for more weather interference. That would be the equivalent of like maybe, roughly a week. Actually, around 4 days. 4 days shorter. He shrugs and he says, "I'm eager to go wherever we need. I've yet to travel these lands yet, so it doesn't really matter to me."
We'll have significantly less crews, so I don't have to have as many supplies.
Yeah. I think he says, "I'd like to take a few more days to try to get some of the other 2 engines back online. If we were going over the ocean, that might be a problem." I think he says that could be a possibility. I did not factor the engine time into the distance, so that definitely could be a thing.
What if we have 2 competent blacksmiths? Perhaps some of the work could be done here.
Yep. How does everybody?
This would be the fastest way.
Okay. Yeah, that's the thing. They do have some mounts.
They have war cows.
But they don't have enough for their troops, so they generally have to march on foot. It's probably going to take them a week to get to the tower. Yeah, so theoretically, you guys could actually rest for a week and use that week to rest, reload on supplies, and fix the airship. And they would, because like part of the distance is actually traveling up into the mountains, so it's going to take longer. Yeah.
Sounds like a plan.
Well, I will use this time to potentially forge new weapons. I do find myself short of coin currently, however.
I
Will you be able to
have no
assist me,
coin to my
Telemon?
name either.
You should definitely obtain some of the wondrous healing potions I've heard about from this time, and... Oh, wow.
But a lot
But
of
thank
coin.
you, Telemon. This was a wise decision. We will... put this to
I
work.
cannot accept this much.
Not to say I will repay any debts that are incurred.
Think of it as a reward for saving the universe. Partially saving the universe.
Will you be saving the universe with us, Lotho?
I think I will be staying here to make sure everything goes fine here. Unfortunately, I don't think I want to get any rocks in my boots over in this closing of the portal. Unfortunately, Hero.
Brew nods and says, I don't think that... It sounds as if...
Aye, Lotho.
Oh.
I'd watch that Pleta if I were you.
Yes, I will, but Padine has made me quite an offer for several of my goods that I recently acquired. He is giving me a gemstone for each item that I give him. So I'm feeling quite in the
Convenient,
riches
that.
now.
You see, your motives are not here to steal anything from the guild now, are they, Lotho? I'm just going to kind of give you a bit of a look.
I have quite a bit of money to do some things that I want to do with it now. I don't need to steal until I run out of said money.
I will just tell you this, Lotho. You weren't here when we were in the basement in the future, but I know Telemon has many deadly traps. Many were decapitated there, attempting to steal the riches below, so...
Well, if you're gone for a couple of weeks, I should still have at least one gemstone left. If not more, depending on how things go.
Nod.
Yes, I will need some rest and relaxation, spending of some money.
I think even now, like a couple goblins like scamper like across one doorway, like, and then like a moment later, you just hear like the sound of a skull crashing into a wooden wall, and like, whack, and then and then another goblin like laughing maniacally, and like the pattering of feet running away, like, hey, give that back.
They are like mere crickets. You do not come from a place like I come from and not have to deal with the occasional noises. So I'll probably make the exchanges from Lotho's sheet to Padine's sheet of some items.
Yeah, that's fine.
I've got a couple potential things I would like to buy / talk to the blacksmith about. I'm not sure how they would handle that.
Yep, I want to buy some stuff too.
I will bring this up. I think this is actually a good segue to talk about some things. So, I have decided upon a new coin system. From now on, I went back to Dungeons and Dragons and I looked at our current coin system. I tried to figure out a good weight. And as it turns out, 100 coin per load is pretty in keeping with weight from Dungeons and Dragons in terms of coin. I compared it to short sword weight in both systems and coin weight in both systems. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be using different denominations of coin now: copper, silver, gold, and platinum. And it takes 10 copper to equal a silver, 10 silver to equal a gold, 10 gold to equal a platinum. And platinum's generally the highest denomination, although in some areas of the world you might find electrum, that sort of thing, like really rare stuff. But I've listed a description about how common each is and what it's generally used for. So obviously, like 100 gold is worth quite a bit more than 100 silver, that sort of thing. And I have since the typical book only lists things in coin. When things are talked about, is listed as a cost or weight in coin or something like that, I'm going to be treating it as gold coin. But for the standard equipment and services, which I'm now bringing up, which I have translated from the book, I have gone ahead and I have converted everything to like standard costs. Some things are costing in gold, some things are costing in silver. A few things are listed in copper. Nothing is listed in platinum because it's not expected that you would typically pay in platinum. Yeah.
Can I sell this gem for?
A banker, a money
The
lender.
money lender. Oh, sorry.
There might be a banker in Arnhem, given how small it is. There's probably a couple like money lenders, money changers, who probably don't typically deal in platinum because they probably typically change money for the the commoners. But the banker certainly would have some platinum. And anything of higher denominations generally requires like gems to be more valuable, or like rare metals.
Yep.
Yes. That was one thing I changed. There's definitely several things I fiddled around with in the pricing. I made clubs and staves cheaper because I didn't think it was appropriate for them to be like measured in the gold.
Have any problem selling the gem for 800 gold?
Now, it's the one thing about gems is they're a great place to store wealth, but they're not easily traded. Now, if you were trying to trade it for services, probably not the easiest thing. But you're trying to sell it for gold. There's probably, if you're trying to just do one, that's fine. If you're trying to offload an entire like stockpile, there's probably not enough people in Arnhem that you could just typically find without making some sort of roll. But yeah, for one, you can go ahead and try it.
Oh yeah,
and you can, unless you're trying to haggle or something, you can get Now, in Dungeons and Dragons, you typically sell for half price. We've not done that as of yet. That's something that I've been trying to debate about, because it's worth a certain amount, but can you be expected to actually get that amount for a lot of items? Gems are something that don't really devalue. So I think for a gem, at the very least, you can probably get it as long as you're only trying to sell the one. There's probably at least one person in town who probably has enough money to buy it.
Yeah, I'm just selling the one gem, get some money for some actual useful potions and stuff.
Okay.
A tear in my eye would have been a good gem for my armor, but alas.
But for instance, if anybody has like a whole stockpile of these 800 coin worth gems, it's going to take some time to offload these things. Like you're not going to be able to just go and cash them in.
Yep.
And in the future, when we're rolling these things, they're not all going to be 800 gold. Sometimes they're going to be, measured in silver or something, that sort of thing. I'm going to be rolling for denomination when I roll for how much coin they're worth.
Okay.
So you could luck out and get like platinum. I probably won't roll it for platinum. It'll probably be like a D3. Because we don't typically measure anything in platinum, but you could get lucky and it could be gold, or like it could be unlucky and it'll be like a gem worth 800 copper, and like that's literally like a quartz.
Are there any equipment restrictions for how much and so forth? Buying things at Arnhen, like we can't buy 10 healing potions, I'm assuming.
Like we've done it before. Potions are something that are not very common. So you can probably buy a couple, but again, we've addressed this before in that you can't just buy as many as you want in terms of potions, because it's not something that would be sold to the everyday person.
How's 2?
Oh yeah, easy.
Okay, I will do that then.
Most of the things on this list are not equipment restricted. Stuff like Elven or Dwarven craft, you have to find someone who could supply that. Potions, obviously, are a slight exception, because they verge on magic.
Is that too many?
3?
Yeah, is that too many? It'll have to be
let me do a roll.
What would I roll?
Yeah, you can buy 3.
Oh, okay, cool.
I was rolling to see how many potions were in the town.
Would there be dwarven hardtack in this town?
There is a dwarven trader.
Is there an elvish trader?
There is. What is his name?
So you have Fletcher by chance?
He imports things. He's not a Fletcher. He imports elven goods.
Any elven arrows by chance?
Yes, a few. You could buy. There's not like typically a great call for them, so he doesn't have a lot. But you could buy a couple bundles of elven arrows if you so wish. Those are worth 20 gold each.
Okay, I'll get 2 of those.
And dwarven hardtack, that's 3 gold each. So they're not necessarily more expensive than dungeon rations per se. But you have to have a dwarf in town to supply them, and the supply is limited. So I think Fergus is wandering around town during this week and finds the local dwarven enclave and finds some taste of home.
Yep.
I think
it tastes like home.
I think the man introduces himself as Gorvin Stouthammer, and he He's like, oh, I haven't seen your kind here. What clan are you from? He's packaging up your dwarven hardtack.
I hail from Clan Meadhammer, though I do not know its state in this time.
Meadhammer. Oh yes, I recall the tales of Clan Meadhammer. Used to have a hold, up in the mountains to the north. Oh, shame about the clan. You must be one of the branch families then. I didn't realize any of you still existed.
It is a long story. Mayhap we shall share a pint of ale.
Ah, yes, and he pats his hand on a keg of dwarven stout, and he's like, indeed. Well, feel free to stop by any time you wish, and he definitely, you get like the smell of home from this tiny little basement shop.
I shall.
Is there anything else that anybody is doing of note?
I was gonna try and pick up some potential poisons. I wasn't sure how hard that would be.
Poisons you can't buy off your everyday market, unfortunately.
I buy an extra use of Dwarven Hardtack to bring to Grimna as a taste of him.
Okay, all right, yeah, you can do that. I guess you could. There's probably two types of people you could go to for poisons. There's the shady kind, who use poisons for the bad sorts of things, and then a ranger, who deals with dangerous creatures might know how to acquire some poisons, but they might be inquisitive as to what you might be using them for. Not all rangers use them. Some of them frown upon such things. Some of them are a little bit less morally inclined.
Probably go with the ranger because the two that I'm most interested in are both kind of defensive. I'm looking for the oil of Tajit and bloodweed primarily. I wouldn't mind picking up some serpent's tears if they had them, but those are the two that I'm looking for primarily.
Okay, so I think there's a role for this because these are definitely not your common everyday items.
It's assassination stuff though. One reduces damage, the other makes people fall asleep.
Let me consult my notes, because I know I considered that, but I can't remember what I said. I think it probably disintegrated. Yeah, you can dig it out. So when you go to buy something with gold on hand, if it's something readily available in the settlement you're in, you can buy it at market price. If it's something special beyond what's usually here, or non-mundane, roll cha. This is the supply move. On a 10+, you find what you're looking for at fair price. On a 7 to 9, you may have to pay more or settle for something similar.
Okay, let me roll cha. 1 second. I'm just finishing marking my inventory down, rolling cha now. Ooh, 9.
So yeah, you can find I think both the oil of Tajit and the bloodweed. I think the ranger says that the bloodweed is he only has like a single dose of it, and he usually saves it for creatures which are like a threat to the town. Like I think he once used it upon a manticore or something. The oil of Tajit, he uses a little bit more frequently, like on bears, stuff like that. But they're very hard for him to come by. They're both going to be double the price, and you can only get probably. He's only really willing to part with maybe one of each.
I will buy them from him.
Okay, so it'll be 24 and 30. And you can copy them down yourself instead of having to have me look them up now.
Nice. Adding them in right now.
Friend dwarf, mayhap you have a smaller keg of this ale?
Some would say it does not taste as good in smaller amounts, but
Aye, but it's easier to transport on the road.
You're going for like a half keg of dwarven stout?
Yeah, like a mini keg. That's like a half keg.
Like a 2-8?
Yeah, like a 2-way keg.
Okay. Give me a supply roll. See if he has, if he happens to have like a mini keg of dwarven stout stashed away that he's not saving for himself.
That's Cha, right?
Yeah, Cha.
I discussed this over the drink we have later.
Okay.
Oh, actually, it's still supply 5. Never mind. That makes it hard. 1 plus 5
Yes.
would be a fail.
It's actually blank.
It would be a 5 because I can't roll con for supply, only on parlay.
Okay. So I think he says, unfortunately, this is all I've got. Well, it'd be hard to part with just half of it.
I cooked up my mug.
Now, of course, you could take the whole thing and maybe fill up a few wine skids or something for yourself and take some with you. But I could only sell the whole keg.
Aye, well, I suppose I should buy the whole keg then.
Excellent choice. This is a fine vintage. My father made it himself. And yeah, he'll sell you the keg of dwarven stout.
Eventually, I shall brew the Mead Hammer brew again. Mayhap give you some of the first.
Was that an actual fail?
That's a fail.
Okay, I think he's actually going to charge 20 then, because it's such a dear brew.
No, that was on con. There was a plus.
It was a dear brew to his heart, made by his father, so he's going to charge double the price. Like you can see him like wiping a tear from his eye.
I understand. I pay him 20.
Okay, all right. So you now have a keg of dwarven stout. You can like pour some into a wineskin and take that with you as like a 1 weight worth of dwarven stout. Leave the rest at home.
I'm gonna leave the rest at the.
If you want to break it up like that, you don't necessarily have to. But if you want to take 1 weight with you, you can. No. Yeah, I think normally you use it and then it's gone. But we can use it on a less like I think the keg is normally supposed to apply the bonus to like an entire party, like a tavern's full of people. If you're taking it in a wineskin, it would be like the equivalent of passing it around the campfire, like maybe like half a dozen people. Yeah. So you can take a 1 weight with you, and it will only apply to a few people if you're trying to pass it around on a carouse roll. So not nearly as many, but you can certainly have it more portable. Like if you run into some travelers.
Well, I'm more interested in it for when you share a drink with someone, you may parlay with using con instead of cha.
Yeah.
That's what I was more interested in it for.
Yeah, that's fine.
I do have one last thing in town. I'm kind of looking to see perhaps if a blacksmith, perhaps the one maybe back at the keep, would be willing to do something custom for me.
You do have a blacksmith you dragged all the way from the future with you. You also have you have a weaponsmith and an armor smith.
I think they'll probably head back that way and see what they might need in materials or whatnot. What I'm looking for is essentially I want him to build me a very impractical to throw under normal situations, but heavy hitting, oversized throwing weapon, preferably kind of maybe like multiple bladed, almost like a ginormous throwing star.
Okay. Like a giant, one of those giant whirlwind shurikens that you see in ninja movies and shit.
Yeah, but probably even like minotaur size, so big and heavy is what I'm looking for. I don't even care if it's really heavy. Up to 2 weight is where I'm willing to go with this.
Okay. So you're essentially talking about like maybe like kind of putting 2 of your sides together and like putting them in like a cross shape almost.
Yeah, and trying to make a whole thing metal if I can.
Okay. That'll be, I think it's 50 gold plus the cost of the item, and then there'll be some time equivalent. You're gonna be here for a week. He can probably have it done in that time. The cost of the item. What would this be closest to?
And
Like a battle axe?
I took blacksmith for my level 3 also.
Nice. Yeah, I remember that. I think this is closest to like putting 2 battle axes together.
That makes sense.
So it'll be 15 plus 15 plus another 50, so 80 gold, and it'll take him like the whole week.
Oh, that's very
But it'll essentially be like a slightly smaller version of your double side that's like put together with another one, and it's like sort of like a flying swastika.
Oh my god.
I mean, like if you were to think about it, that's what it would look like.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Cross double size.
Yeah,
Nazi Minotaur has appeared. I'm sorry.
like you would reverse the blade so you could throw them, and it's like a whirlwind, like a blender blade. And yeah, it would look a little bit like a swastika.
Oh god. Minotaur.
2 weight probably. Yeah, because of. Oh, that's true. I think you can make it for 3. I think it'll be 3 weight, but it'll be plus 2 damage.
It has to be 2 weight. I'm gonna be insistent on that, unfortunately.
2 weight. Okay. All right. So
cut the blades
I'll
down.
be willing to take less damage for it if I need to. I need to make sure it's just about that heavy, but 2 weights where.
Okay, that might take some doing. It might actually cost a little bit extra than that. Would you be willing to pay an additional 50 gold?
Absolutely.
Okay, all right. It's gonna. He's like, it's gonna take some extra designing and fashioning. So I think it's going to be. It's definitely going to be a unique weapon. It'll be thrown. It'll be. Let's see. It'll be thrown. It'll be near. That's useful for attacking someone if you can see the whites of their eyes.
Nice.
And it will be plus 1 damage. It'll be 2 weight.
2 weight, got it.
I think it'll be messy. It does damage in a particularly destructive way, ripping people and things apart. Yes, that's a tag I can apply. Dangerous. It's easy to get in trouble with. If you interact with it without proper precautions, the GM may freely invoke... Yeah, it'll definitely be dangerous.
That's awesome. That is absolutely awesome.
Padino needs one more thing. An instrument of some kind, so I need to think about price and what's available.
Oh yeah, I don't think that's actually listed here. That's
No,
one
I
of the
didn't
things you
see
can
it.
choose. Is it? Do they list coin costs?
No.
I'm gonna say. Oh, what sort of instrument are you going for then?
Let's see here. Maybe some kind of guitar type thing.
Like a lute?
Yes, like a lute. Maybe even a bongo drum. Maybe even a flute. I've done pretty good with a flute.
Oh god, I think the party shudders when Padine like looks at a flute.
A bug.
Actually, flute I did pretty well with. Probably a fine gift.
It depends on how
Bless
well
you.
of a loot you want. Like, I think
Yeah.
it would normally be in the fine gift range, but if you want a particularly noble loot, what are you going for?
Probably more of a fine one.
Alright, and
One
you're
that I can hit the road with.
Are you going for a flute?
I'll go with the loot instead.
Okay. All right. 55 gold.
Alrighty. Sounds fair.
That was a good call there.
So Fergus has restocked, and then he takes a dose of the ale, the dwarven ale, a dwarven stout, and a hardtack to go see Grimna. Aye, it be a taste of home, my dear.
Yeah. So I think like you find her out uncharacteristically outside of the airship, like she's got pieces of the hull peeled off, and Arak is helping her. She wheels out from beneath it like on a little wheelie board, and she's like covered in soot and stuff, and she's got like a couple wrenches and she looks up and she like takes a big sniff, and she's like, "Is that Stouthammer stout?"
I believe that's what you said, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So like
Aye.
her eyes widen, and she gets up, and she starts gulping it down. And she's like, "By gods, it is! Where did you find such a thing? I haven't had one of this since the clan was destroyed when I was a little girl."
Aye, there be a dwarf of that clan in town.
Yeah, like she looks amazed, and
He
she
didn't say anything about it being destroyed, though.
yeah she takes some of the hardtack, and she just starts munching on it, like, you know, she's been working all day, which she obviously has, and she has you tell the story of you finding the dwarf. She's very interested. Like, you probably sit down and like essentially dwarven picnic in the grass.
Yeah, dwarven
beneath the
picnic on the
airship.
grass. Yeah.
Yes. Nice.
the one that almost killed us all.
Somebody did get impaled.
I remember the scene of Creos hiding under a bathtub with goblin children.
I forgot about how Creos reacted to that. Oh, that was so great.
Oh, and I go up to tell. Yeah, he'll be a 729 coin back. I have resupplied. It shall be enough for now. Yeah, he like shoves the bag into. Keep it. I should not accept charity. Fergus looks around. I believe you shall need it for this place.
It is noted that now that I've got the equipment and services up, you need to pay 1% of the guild's value per month in maintenance. I've set the guild's value at 15,000 gold. Which is considerably less than a mansion. I had to make up a whole tier for it. Yep. Not a whole lot, but as you add more to the guild,
The value will be assessed monthly,
Yep.
quarterly.
So Fergus keeps 100 coin, and then he gives you the other 629 back.
all right.
Yep.
I think it's safe to assume we have some interesting interactions between Tolston and Memon, but since Victor, you're not playing Graves right now, we can maybe save those for when you pick him up later. We can
One
maybe do some
golden day here.
flashbacks.
Definitely not done with Graves. Just right now.
He looks. I think everybody does notice that Tolston is very preoccupied. He's asking like a lot of questions about like the current time, and he's also asking like you get the. I think Telamon gets the feeling he's asking questions about maybe what possibly might have happened to Anna, and if she might be like somewhere else or something. But we'll deal with that another time, since I think we'll save that for when Graves maybe rejoins the campaign at some point.
Oh yeah, definitely.
That's up to you guys. We could potentially make it there.
Something I will note is I don't know how this will affect the pacing for you, but I will be out next week. Like I'm not sure. Like
I think it might be best to try to push onwards and try to get Ruadavan out of the way, so we might be able to have a clean start next week. We'll see how that plays into the future. But yeah, you guys, I think a week passes, the engines are fixed, and supplies are loaded up. Who do you choose to come with you on the trip? Obviously, I think Landon is still here. I'm gonna remove Arak from the crew because I think he never signed on to be part of the crew. He's probably staying back at the.
I'm gonna say that I'm gonna ask for volunteers, but I'm gonna say that Ryland should stay here and protect his family. He's done quite a bit.
He looks hesitant, and he says that he would go if you needed him. But you can tell he's.
Boy, you have
concerned.
done well, and I believe you should protect your family.
All right, so yeah, Ryland stays behind.
Perhaps work with any magically inclined to try to figure out what's happened to those that disappeared, if they're still out there somewhere. And I'm just going to, yeah, I'll probably definitely suggest he stay here and do his
I find myself
thing.
scratching my head about Kelwarm. Who's Kelwarm again?
He's part of the crew. He's like the one remaining deckhand who didn't get murdered by Nicodemus.
All right.
He would definitely be coming.
Blacksmith to stay here too and serve the keep.
Any chance in that week for those items to be discovered by Telamon?
Yeah, since you guys are staying a full week, you definitely could.
Okay. I have, I think, 4 of note. The boots similar to Strider's boots, as it was described to me. I'm assuming that's another set of Strider's boots, but we shall see. Alrighty.
Yes, they are indeed.
Okay.
They may actually be the same pair of Strider's boots.
Interesting.
Who knows?
A mysterious bag.
On here. At the keep, is the book Rise of Gods: The Fall Civilization around here? I gave it to a past version of Telamon, I believe, when we were fighting Morgath, and I was curious if it would loop back to here or not.
Well, there is a library here. Would you have spent like your entire week looking?
I would just look for the title, see if I could have spotted the book somewhere. See if the book that I gave him is in the library or not. Oh, interesting to note. I'll mark that down as I have no idea whatever happened to it, mystery.
The mysterious bag.
Mysterious bag.
You didn't tell me what it was. You just said mysterious bag long ago.
Man, this was a very long time ago. What was this supposed to be?
This is the
I know what I'll do.
chest.
It came from the Dragon's Hoard chest.
It actually is a bag of holding.
Oh, okay.
Dum dum dum.
That'd be
Item Man
funny.
1 can pull out.
We
the
shake
other.
each other's hand when we both reach into it.
Oh God. So I'll copy the bag of holding onto your sheet, Lotho.
That's actually pitying.
All right.
One other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to leave my hunk of scrapped bronze armor that I've hauled with me all this way here with the blacksmith and see if he can do anything with it before I go.
That's also his home.
Tingly bracers with bow and arrow on it.
Oh yes, I think this is something that did Mirai get these originally, or were these something that you guys?
It's something. It's something that
think
Krios
these-
found
Okay, all right. I
in
think
the dragon. All this, pretty much all this stuff was from the dragon
okay.
box.
These are bracers of archery. These leather bracers, padded on the inner sides with comfortable animal hide, are emblazoned on each across with the forearm, with large, intricately sewn image of a bow and arrow drawn at the ready. When wearing these bracers, your damage die for volley attacks is increased by 1 step when using a bow or crossbow. Additionally, if your dex is +1 or less, treat it as a +2 for purposes of making a volley attack with a bow or a crossbow.
Cool. My dex is 2, so that doesn't matter, but the damage dice will help. True.
That's what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to give you some natural affinity to it. Like the first effect is supposed to be the primary.
Yeah. That's nice for the damage dice, though. Okay, and let's see here. So that will need to come over. There it is. And then finally, a red silk cape.
Oh, you'll like that one. I remember
Cool.
what that one is. Although I think Lotho probably would have wished he had kept that.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see.
That is a cape of charisma.
Oh, wow. Yes, Lothal will want this eventually.
This brilliant silken cape shines with a lustrous sheen. It depends on whether or not you get to keep all of this. Lotho may have run over and taken all of the loot, but whether or not he keeps it is up to everybody. This brilliant silken cape shines with a lustrous sheen. Its color is rich and deep, and it's prominently noticeable from across even the most busy of rooms. It is made of the highest quality material, and it is immediately identifiable as a garment of fabulous craft. The Cape of Charisma provides its wearer the ability to immediately re-roll any roll plus cha once. However, there is no possibility of a partial success on this second roll, and the result of the second roll will stand. A roll of a 10 plus is still a success, but the rolls of a 9 minus are now considered a failure.
Ooh.
So, yeah, if you want to re-roll it, it's kind of going for broke. Once per day,
Well, if you fail, you might as well.
if you're failing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, true.
Once per day, the wearer of the Cape of Charisma may opt to forego a roll of plus cha and instead take the roll of a 7 to 9 as a partial success. So you can either try to go for broke, or once per day you can opt to just take an immediate partial success.
Interesting. Okay.
So it's a pretty good item if you already had a high charisma. It lets you avoid the fail, maybe.
Or a low one if you went to 7 to 9. Automatically.
Right, so they have all been copied to your sheet. What you do with them is up to you. I believe it was noticed that you were fleeing the battlefield with them, but I think you managed to convince Krios that you could get away with them. But that was Krios. It didn't sound like anybody else had issue with them, so I think maybe you got away scot-free.
By the way, I left my bag of future books and the one future book that I still had on me in the library of the Arnhem.
Okay.
Oh, actually, one more thing. The box of cards ornate. I'm assuming it's a same thing that Tel has.
No, it is actually not.
Ooh, okay, interesting. It's I have a little thing on Lotho's sheet that says the ones that are on Padine.
All right, so remove them from Lotho's sheet then,
I will.
so there's no confusion in the future.
Gotcha.
I'll sure remove all this stuff from Krios' sheet so that I don't get confused with it.
And I don't think you can actually identify these cards in the amount of time.
Oh wow.
So does Tel get suspicious where he got all these items from? When he didn't bring it up before.
I purchased them from Lotho, actually. Yes, he had them. I'm not showing them off, except for the cape and the bracers.
The cape is almost impossible not to notice. It is a very magnificent cape.
Yes, that is true. Yes, you would see all of them. Yes. Perhaps. That is correct. He didn't tell me where he got them from. He just described them to me in a way that would make me want to buy them. I paid him a gemstone each. He's keeping some. I did not buy all of them from him.
I'm hiding the inactive sheets right now. Gonna clear up a little bit of space here.
Well, I was messing up his sheet, but okay. That's fine. I had it mostly done anyway.
Oh, with Krios?
Yeah, because I
sorry.
was just cleaning up his inventory.
I didn't know that. You can unhide it then.
Will the trip be enough time to determine what the ornate box of cards is? Just out of curiosity.
Maybe.
Okay. So I asked Tel if he could continue to work on the cards until we get to our location.
Notably, I have added a boon to everyone who originated from the future. This is now at the bottom of your page, near where additional abilities or new magic items should appear. Everybody who came from the future should have Refugee of a Lost Future. You still carry with you a faint but unbreakable link to your future through the time stream. Perhaps only a quantum memory of what once was to be. Once per month, when the immediate results of a roll would cause you to lose your life, you may instead give up something precious to you. What you sacrifice must be meaningful and carry value, but not necessarily to other people, and it doesn't even need to be a physical object. More importantly, however, it must come from your own time. Once this is done, however, the thing you have sacrificed is gone, lost forever to the time stream.
Huh. Where is this at on my sheet?
I haven't gotten to Fergus yet.
Oh, okay. So I don't see it anywhere.
You were at the very far left. For Telemon, actually, I need to unhide Graves real quick. Because Graves actually got this a long time ago. Alright, so I see a lot of duplicates of sheets that are hidden. We're going to need to clear those out eventually. Not necessarily need to do it now, though. Memon Graves actually received this a long time ago, but since this is actually only a day in the chronology after you received it, you're just now getting it. Will to Survive. Once per week when you would take a last breath, roll +1. Normally, it's a flat 2d6. If you would make this roll as the result of an act of betrayal, roll it twice and take the better result. If you succeed on your roll, take +1 forward to whatever your next roll is. If death offers you a deal and you decline, some other force will offer you a chance at life instead. However, the consequences may be greater. If you do not take the second chance, your life is forfeit. So that was actually a result of you surviving down in the Temple of Vidoriath for a whole week by yourself in the dark.
Awesome. Thanks for copying that over. That kicks ass.
And there's one last boon to pass out. This one is Telamon. There'll probably be some gasping. So Telamon gets Time Mage Initiate. And before I copy this, Telamon, you are approached in a dream, although you might be awake at the same time. It's hard to tell by you find yourself in what seems to be a place out of time and space. It seems to be a temple, but at certain times it's a tower. It seems to be constantly shifting. You're standing in the middle of a circle of 12 people, all hooded and robed, and they're actually wearing very similar robes to Endarian. And they all have rings on their fingers of the Ouroboros, and in the middle of the circle where you're standing, it's etched into the floor in a very beautiful mosaic, the symbol of a dragon or a snake curling around and eating its own tail. I'm not going to go into dialogue because you don't actually remember the dialogue, because it kind of occurred to you in a dream. But you are told essentially that your presence in the time stream has been noted, and from this point forward, if you are to continue meddling with the affairs of time, you must adhere to the laws of the Ouroboros. If you agree to wear the ring, it will allow you to use these powers, but you must agree to use your powers for order and not to misuse them. If you ever do misuse them, there could be serious consequences for both you and the timeline. And if you do, they will take all necessary actions to rectify you and potentially erase you from the timeline. But make no mistake, you have caught their attention now. Do you assent to this and remember or allow take the ring? The alternative is they seem to imply that if you don't, they may need to erase certain parts of your mind, and maybe even your past. All right, so Time Mage Initiate. For this power to work, you must be in possession of a Ring of Ouroboros. Once per day, you may force a reroll of any roll you wish, even up to 2 minutes later after hearing the results of a roll. Time itself is shifted backwards. You remember things as they happened the first time, but no one else does. And from that point onward, everything which transpired might be different. You must, however, accept the results and consequences of this second roll. Once per week, one roll of your choosing automatically succeeds. After looking ahead into the future ever so briefly, you return with enough knowledge to set right whatever action you deem necessary. This action is draining, however, and you take -1 ongoing until the time continuum finds balance. And once per month, you may choose a time which you wish to go forward or back to. You can take only yourself and the items on your person. This destination must be within your natural lifespan, and the actions you take there are permanent. And that is Time Mage Initiate. You don't know.
It's a very weird lifetime.
You really don't know. That would be up to potential experimentation. Oh yes,
You
potentially.
step
Yes.
1 yard too far, you just kill over dead. Grats. Or it stops you 1 minute before you die. Shit, go back.
You go. It's not like you're going to end up being a fetus or something.
Newborn baby.
Yeah. Because it says you take yourself and your items. So you go. So if you go backwards, there could be 2 Telemons. So there could be bad consequences. This is why they
Doc
say do
Brown's
not
gonna
use this
show
power
up.
lightly.
Until you destroy the world.
So you guys are heading east, I think, across the Cabrian Ocean, in hopes of getting to Rodovan.
Sounds like it. A little bit faster. Of course, we've been a week back at Arnhem.
So we're gonna skip over you getting to the Tower of Vidoriath. You get there no problem. The Legion is there, and you manage to I guess go ahead and give me a spell roll. Yeah, go ahead and give me a spell roll. Yeah, it would be outside of I guess Cavorn, the capital of Boros. Yeah, so no problem. She's already used the dagger and set an anchor point here in the tower. Notably, she doesn't know how to word the spell, so that's up to Telemon. You just ask her where she wants to go, and that's where she wants to go. Okay, so whether or not she appears 50,000 feet up is maybe a mystery. You guys travel eastward. Can a brave soul give me a D10 roll?
Brave soul, who fears not death.
The Dean likes to roll the d10s, but this is not a very good one this time.
3.
Perhaps, yes.
Weather results bad. It is storming. Doesn't matter where. Could be wind. Could be rain. Could be sand.
Sand
Okay,
would be very odd in the
Yeah.
ocean.
So your trip across the ocean is stormy. So that is going to affect your travel time a little bit, unfortunately.
I may actually have a solution to that.
Go back in time and change the weather.
What is this solution?
I happen to have, though, I'm not sure, I'm not sure if you would view this spell as the right one or not, because I have Storm of Vengeance in my Memory Stone right now.
What does
It's
Storm
not
of Vengeance
control
do?
weather, so I'm not sure, it seems that says that anything I ask for comes to pass, just like it happens. I'm not sure, is it just like a super control weather?
Your deity brings the unnatural weather of your choice. Rain of blood, acid, clouds of souls, wind that carries away buildings, or any other weather you can imagine.
Oh,
so
Jesus.
you could use Storm of Vengeance and just say clear skies. It would be a very weird Storm of Vengeance.
Can I use it?
How have you tried preparing spells? Like we haven't really touched upon it, but like you had your communion. What exactly has Haru's journey been like since he discovered he may not be in contact with Deshret anymore?
I'm hoping that once I get close to the portal, which is outside of time and space, I may grow closer and get a chance to understand what's happening. So that's my primary goal. I'm trying to use my spells sparingly, but at the same time, I'm just trying to get closer to Deshret, hopefully.
All right, so you have Storm of Vengeance in one of your stones.
Yeah, I have Storm of Vengeance in my Memory Stone.
All right, yeah, you can You can spend it if you want. And you're getting a -1 on all divine rolls right now until the situation is resolved.
That makes complete sense. Let me see here. I think the weather that I will pray for is not only clear skies, but favorable conditions and sunlight to drive fear into the hearts of evil as we go towards the path.
It is
so.
it is a sunlight storm of vengeance.
The sun beats down harshly and glares at you.
I'm gonna botch it. We're just gonna incinerate the planet or something. But no,
we are moved within 3 inches of the sun. Yeah, explode your head.
Hopefully not. Oh god! Okay,
Partial.
+2. Jesus.
It's partly cloudy.
Rain of blood it is.
I will take instead of unwanted attention. I will unwisely not choose this. I will take the -1 ongoing for now.
It's probably not wise to choose unwanted attention when you don't know where your powers are coming from.
Yeah,
All right.
maybe.
So Deshret of the Heru variety clears the way, and the entirety of your journey is relentlessly sunny, and there's not a cloud in the sky for like a 60-mile radius. And after that, like there's storms everywhere around you, but you're in like the 60-mile radius of just like pure clear skies traveling across the ocean.
This is unnatural. Watching the wall of rolling clouds a ways away.
Yeah,
We have-
probably meditating.
All right, so it takes about a week to get to the edge of the map. And from there,
Oh, are we working on all engines?
yeah, you guys stayed back to get all 4 engines up.
Cool.
And it's going to be another 4 days roughly to Rodovan. So definitely not bad time. So Telmon, you're having a very hard time determining what these cards are. Every time you pull one out of the box and you start to look at it, you see the face of the card and it starts to illuminate, and then it becomes transparent, and then the card literally winks out of existence in your hand. And every time you do that, it disappears from the box, and the cards don't seem to replace themselves.
Oh.
Yeah, like you're getting the feeling that there's definitely something odd going here. It is definitely magical, but it's it might be extraplanar magic. And there might be some sort of outside force at work here actively trying to prevent you from like interfering with it, or like really fervently identifying it. How dogged are you in your attempts? It doesn't seem to be having much effect. Okay, so like you have like 9-10 days, but if you're not like going ham on it, then yeah, we can safely say that when you get to Harn, it's still a mystery. You probably down a few cards and you don't know what they do. Yeah, you'll hear about that hurricane later.
Yeah. Or an earthquake and volcano. It's in Arnhem.
So 10 days after you set out, under the relentless guidance of Heru's sunlight, you get to not Arnhem, to Rodovan. You get back to Arnhem. That's what the cards did. Time and
Yes.
space have warped. All
Oh, Jesus.
destinations
Wormhole.
are Arnhem. Yep.
It's flip flopped. Mirror image. Yeah. These buildings that were on one side of the town the day before are now on the other.
So you start passing over the familiar deserts of the central Harn continent, and you see the rocky spires of Ruadavan go from natural shapes to their more carved, cubic sort of pillars. You pass several dust storms upon the way, until you eventually get to Ruadavan itself. This entire time, I think, Haru, you're having odd feelings that you're being watched. At first, you're a little bit elated. You're like, is it Deshret? Is he trying to contact me again? But you don't feel Deshret's presence. You just feel that there is something that has taken an interest in you. Yeah, like the last several days of journey when you reach Harn are a little bit awkward for you, maybe. And the closer that you guys get Arvinder, you feel Bahamut's presence growing stronger and stronger. Until you eventually arrive in Ruadavan proper. You see the familiar village of your people, Arvinder. And you also see the graveyard of dragons outside of Ruadavan. There's actually quite a few non-dragon skeletons out here too, but this is generally where those who serve Bahamut go to die, if they can. It's treated as a holy site, and sometimes your people even make homes within their bones of these great beasts. Until you eventually get to Ruadavan itself. In the middle, those of you who have been to Ruadavan in the future, you see a slightly less time-worn version of the ring. It's in the center. It's intact. It's cracked in some places. But as you're approaching Telmon, you're getting very weird magical feelings, and you can actually sense this thrumming through the air, and you can see a small black portal, maybe the size of a basketball, is open in the center of the ring. Like even from like a mile away, you can just feel this just like going through your bones almost through the air. It's not a very loud sound, but it's like permeating the air like 1,000 bees almost. And the closer you get, you can feel magic pouring through the desert. And Arvinder feels something is definitely different. When he left here, the portal was just a speck. It had opened before. Quick
question.
Yeah.
Will I have a chance to communicate before we disembark once we're over land?
You can try.
Definitely would like to try.
Yeah. So how do you go about doing that? Like you're on your final approach.
I'm gonna definitely head down into my room, and I'm going to basically pray if Deshret can send me any sign that I feel something. He needs to guide me in what I want to do. I'm trying to reconfigure my spells towards perhaps finding this mystery out. But yeah, I'm very, very concerned about what's going on with like where he is, how I can reach out to him, that sort of thing.
Right, so you're not only using communion, you're trying to seek guidance? Because those are two separate things.
I'm trying to commune right now, I'm speaking that, but I'm trying to prep the spell revelation again, and I'm going to try to prep also probably true seeing, potentially.
So the results of your communion, no better than the first time. In fact, you feel maybe even more distant than before, to be honest. You feel faint stitches of his power emanating from this portal, but but it is weak, and that's it.
Interesting. I am adjusting some things. Am I still getting power, or am I not getting any power at all?
You're getting some power. Like,
Okay.
your connection to your powers is weaker. You're feeling Destret stronger as you're getting closer to this portal, but your connection to your powers is a little weaker. Like, you've been away from him for a very long time.
Absolutely understandable.
Does Armander make any comments as we approach?
Yeah, it's actually like visible from a distance.
That does not look good.
You know how to close it, though, correct, Telemon? While you speak with the Elder, I would like to study the portal. Perhaps I can learn something from it.
So you guys begin descending, and I think Landon says, "They don't look very friendly down there. Are they expecting us?" And like as you're really looking down, you can see that there are quite a lot of the temple defenders, Arvinder, moving to defend the grounds. This was not something that was really present in the future, but yeah, you can see dozens, if not more, of the faithful of Bahamut gathering to defend the temple.
Rue nods and says, "Let us descend then. I will go to the portal. You can go speak with the chief and get us cleared to assist them in shutting this thing down." And
so Landon starts putting it down and gives the order for Kelwarm to lower the rope ladder.
I would like to try to cast a detect alignment with hearing. I want to try and keep an ear out, literally.
Okay,
Try to hear evil on the horizon.
give me a roll.
And I will choose to forget the spell.
You hear the sound of the wind whipping throughout the sands and the rocks here, but you hear nothing else, nothing unusual that you're casting. You don't seem to be hearing the sound of evil here.
Even from the portal, that's an interesting thing to note. Okay, I'll
I think
follow-
there might be a faint whisper from the portal, but like the portal itself is not evil. Like there just might be an echo of something.
No. Shall we go, Telemon? I'm gonna start heading over to the ropes. Your plan was that the Elder would know. Haru scratches his chin and says that hopefully it works out better than our other plans. And I'll head for the rope ladder, start going down.
So who goes down? Okay.
Payton will follow. Check this stuff out.
All right. So as you guys descend, you can see a small horde of very lithe, nimble lizard folk darting amongst the rocks, and several much larger variations wielding very large martial weapons coming in from the depths of the temple, looking to be Krios or even Heru Deshret size or larger. These are very, very sizable folk, at least some of them. And then from behind them, yet another figure kind of emerges.
Ooh.
In full armor, stalking out from. I think
Yeah.
there's actually probably quite a few skulls around here.
Wow.
Arvinder probably knows that that these are kept around here to ward off people who would desecrate the temple. These are the people who have trespassed, and they've paid the price. It's kept as a warning. And you eventually make your way down to the sand, and you find yourself being in like a half semicircle surrounded by these lizard folk. And one of them barks something in the lizard tongue to Arvinder, and I think it's in the sort of the translation of Arvinder, priest of Bahamut, you have returned at long last. What is this strange vessel you bring with you, and who are these aliens? There's like a muttering amongst the lizard folk as they're talking, and a few of the bigger guys kind of like bowl their way through the smaller ones to kind of like take up a typical bouncer sort of stance, and then they clear the way for the very large one, who you recognize as Borusk. He's not the way things are done here is a little odd. You've got the priests who have been here for generations, and then you have like a couple attached clans who have over the years nomadically migrated to join with the temple, and they're still sort of their own separate entities, but they've sworn to defend the temple itself. They're not like members of the order, but like many of the order actually come from these clans. Like you yourself were probably born from one of these clans that have traveled here. Like they literally, like this is the campsite of one of the nomadic clans that is made its way to the temple. You were probably born there and then either given to the temple or made your way to the temple when you were young. And he is like one of the chiefs, one of the tribal leaders of one of the clans that is attached here. And he makes his way in, and they kind of consider themselves the unofficial defenders of the priests. And he has the reputation of being very violent against those who would seek to harm the temple, but not necessarily unreasoning. Although you would certainly consider him more brawn than brain. And he makes his way forward, and he says, "Arvinder, creature, is this you? You have returned. We had thought you would never once again set foot upon these shores." "This is good. The priests warn us that the portal is opening. It is worser still. Who are these outsiders which you have brought with you?" Like he kind of raises his axe, and I think he like steps on a skull and crushes it beneath his feet. "Will we grind them to dust like the others?" So he kind of like growls at all of you and like takes in a big sniff of the air, partially with his nose, mostly with his tongue. Like kind of tastes the scent, and then he stalks forward. "You have much to explain to the elders, but it is good that you have arrived. You say you have the crystal." This will be for the priests to decide. Come, I will escort you.
Aye. All right.
So I
Ask
think
if
you guys.
can examine the portal while you were speaking to the elder. Very
Boris
well,
hears
we'll
his
go to
name
the-
and just like cracks a few knuckles on one hand, just by closing it.
It is likely evil has followed us. You should warn him that being expedient would be most advantageous.
Any which follow in your wake will meet their end. Their blood will drench the sands. And he barks out several orders to the lizard folk. One of them, Arvinder, you recognize as him ordering them to make ready for potential invaders, and the other for them to watch everyone carefully as they escort the outsiders to the temple. You guys are led in here. Inside, you I think you recognize that things have not changed very much in your absence, Arvinder. And yes, very, very slowly, at the speed of stone, one might say. You are met by three of the elders. Where did my name generator go? Yorskan is the leader. He is dressed in bright red robes, kind of signifying that he is the speaker for the council. This cycle, it's kind of a rotating position, and he gives you a deep bow. You recognize him from his lightly tanned skin, and he's got a scar down his nose that's very, very ferocious. He's also the one, I think, that trained you, Arvinder, probably for most of your life. He gives you a very, very courteous greeting, and he says, "Arvinder, it is good to see you, young dragonling. I had thought that you had long perished, but somewhere in my heart I knew you still survived." Indeed. I had sensed its presence as it arrived. Where is it? A wizard, this one. So, what sort of detail do you guys go about in explaining why you're here and so on?
Do they understand us?
They speak common, I'm sure. I speak a little lizard, though. I'll probably greet them in lizard and say that I help protect this mission to its fulfillment, and I'm also chronicling it as I am a great master of the bardic arts. Toot my own horn in my wonderful silk cape and everything.
I think there's definitely some surprise that you speak the civilized tongue, but they probably don't pay you a whole lot of mind. Like they're very much interested in the crystal.
Yeah,
and
that is fine.
So you guys tell them, like, again, what do you tell them? The common, like the common lizard folk, like out in the desert, probably don't. But, I think the priests speak it. I think the lizard folk probably speak their own language. The ones that live out in the desert usually probably only speak that. They might understand a few words of Draconic. The priests understand at least common Draconic and lizard folk. So you can communicate with them.
I think Haru will speak up and say if the crystal is destroyed, it will be a great catastrophe. Once we have sealed the portal, we have secured means to defend the crystal and protect it from future theft.
Yes. We do not deal with the likes of Felindaria, however. The great Bahamut would not see us anger another of the Pantheon, and it would not be wise to do so. We will endeavor to preserve the crystal so that you may take it back to its rightful place. We cannot express how important it is that you have brought this here. If this portal had gone unclosed, it is possible that in decades' time it could have opened and allowed all manner of extraplanar entities, perhaps even lesser deities, to cross into this realm. You cannot imagine what sort of horrors this would have wrought.
I believe I could.
So I think we skipped forward a little bit.
I need
Yeah?
to speak to you alone after everything is done.
After you say that after everything is done.
After everything is done.
Okay. All right. So we skip forward a little bit, and the crystal is brought into the center of the platform beneath the ring, because the ring is vertical and it's standing upright. And you can see that the high priests, there's quite a few of them. There's like 8 or 9 of them, gather around in a circle, and they have like a ritual that they conduct for several hours. I think you guys are watching as the sun starts to begin to set. And energy begins to flow from the crystal. I think more of it's evident to anybody who can sense magic in the party. And the black speck hovering in the middle of the ring slowly starts to close over time, and by the end of the several hours, it's only just like a tiny pinprick. And then eventually that too just kind of slowly, gradually fades from existence. And there's no moment of like giant magical explosion or anything that signals the end of this this traumatic event in all of your lives. There's just a moment where you all realize that you can no longer see this thing, and you can no longer feel Deshret's presence at all. Haru.
No, wait. I meant like after we were in the in the tower, like we're in the meeting.
You said you would speak with him after it's all done.
I meant after the meeting was done. I'm sorry, I misspoke rather horribly. That was misunderstood.
Well, I just revealed to you what would happen. So,
yeah, that's fine then.
What would you have told him?
I was just basically going to tell him that I believe that there is there's also a deity that is an ally of theirs that may be in the portal, and I was wondering if there's anything that we could do to potentially speak with Deshret, or potentially try to bring Deshret to this realm before we close the portal.
Oh, I think they say bringing something through the portal would be a terrible idea. It would exacerbate it. It would require us to expand the portal. It may be possible for you to communicate with something, but it would require great personal danger. It would require you to interact with the portal on a magical and physical level. It could be done, but bringing something through would require expanding the portal.
Haru, I think that would be very, very unwise from the stories I've heard.
He's talking with him individually.
Oh, individually. Oh, never mind.
That's what I was trying. I'll definitely tell him that I will take any risks that are necessary, and I will gladly pay any price that is required because I believe that while there are horrors on the other side, and I have seen horrors, there's one ray of light, and that Deshret must be brought to this world, and that he would most definitely be an ally of Bahamut.
All right,
and those
so
like
you try to make contact with Deshret through the portal as they're getting ready to set up for the ritual. Then.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, I'm going to probably tell everyone that as I pass by, I'll just say that I wish you luck and that hopefully that this will be over soon. And then I will head to the portal and I will make my attempt to. Not sure how I would go about attempting to interact with it.
Yeah, so I think one of the priests are setting up for their ritual, but the head priest Orscon leads you to the center beneath the ring where they're going to put the crystal, and he says this should be the closest focal point. If you could meditate here, it is possible you could commune with something upon the other side, but take great care. There is untold powers beyond, and you could draw attention of something which could be vastly dangerous.
I believe that the risk is worth it, not just to myself, but to the world.
Do we hear this now?
No. He didn't make any effort to bring this conversation to anybody, so unless you scampered up to go listen to him, then
Okay.
no. You
just see him walk up.
You see Haru walking with the head priest towards the center, and then they're like having a conversation.
Okay.
So unless you immediately just go and interpose yourself with any conversation you see.
Nope, I wouldn't.
They're just gonna let him interfere with the ritual that they think will close everything.
It's not interfering.
Possibly. Alright.
And Haru is one of the ones that brought them with it. I guess it does bring a good point, Haru. Fergus does make a good point. They do recognize the potential for disaster here. I do need you to make a parlay roll, and I think the promise you're making them is the deity you wish to contact is a good one, and it could be beneficial. So roll with Cha.
Oh boy, this could be rough. Let me do that.
Because I think Yorscon is willing to let you do this, but on the other hand, the rest of the priests might not. I think he's willing because you helped get the crystal here. So I think he says the other priests will be concerned if things go awry. It could make the situation gravely worse.
The situation is looking worse. Do what you have to do. I will try to avoid such a thing from happening. I believe that this risk is worth it.
You realize what you are telling me. If things do get worse, you may find part of your essence sealed within the portal.
I think that I'm going to nod and I'm going to say that I must do this. You have to understand that without Deshret, fate was very different. I do believe that the man who brought back your crystal was dead. He changed this. He brought, in a way, I believe that Deshret's responsible for bringing this crystal back to you.
All right, so he'll let you do it, but I guess the promise you're making him, the concrete assurance is if things do go wrong, they're not going to have concern for your safety, and if they have to seal the portal, part of your essence and part of your soul and consciousness might be sealed with it, like the part that you're using to commune with Deshret.
Absolutely. I'll definitely take that risk. I will say that is something that I would gladly do on behalf of Deshret.
All right, so
I
so we
have
have that.
smoked a halfling pipe leaf with him. I didn't think about it.
So
Yeah,
before the scene we had before where he's getting led to the center is definitely happening. If people are curious as to what's going on, they can run up and ask somebody else. But this is happening like 60 or 70 feet away, and they were having a private conversation, and it looks like they're still walking and talking. And then Haru is led to the center, and it looks like he kneels down and he begins to pray or something, and then the priest leaves him there while the others are setting up for the ritual. Does anybody attempt to interfere at this point, or anything of that nature? Okay.
I probably would just think that he was aiding in the ritual.
Yeah. Okay, so
Oh boy.
Haru, I'm gonna need an important role here. Let me see if there is a precedent for this. So how are you attempting to go about doing this, Haru?
I think since I felt like I might be able to get a bit of a connection through the portal as I go deep into meditation, I am once again going to seek revelation, and I'm going to try to try to make sure that I actually get revelation from Haru and not from Haru, from Deshret, and not whatever's been giving me power up to this point. And I'm going to try to focus everything that I can into the void for this.
So you're not trying to commune. You're trying to cast revelation instead.
I've already. Well, I guess I could commune if you think that would be more appropriate. I was thinking revelation through the trying to get knowledge about what his situation is right now would be the most important.
Divine guidance is also akin to that. When you petition your deity according to the precept of your religion.
That's a cleric move, unfortunately.
You have it. It's on your sheet.
Oh, I do.
Yes, you've done it before.
In 1 second here. Oh yeah, that. I think that usually points me in a direction though where I should go. I guess I could try that. Maybe he will.
Some useful knowledge or boon related to your deity that has nothing to do with direction. You're thinking of a spell.
In 1 second here. Oh, I forgot this got added. Okay, yeah, I forgot we added this. That's awesome. It was something we added recently. Yeah, I'll definitely.
No, that's been there. That was added when all the cleric stuff was added. You just haven't really used it.
Okay, I will definitely use divine guidance.
So I should note that your petition is your religion believes in sacrifices by combat and the hunt. Your petition is honored offerings. This is something that you've seldom done in this campaign.
That is true. I did it for a while, and I haven't really had a chance to hunt since. That is a good question.
You can try to seek divine guidance without it, but you will be at a penalty.
I know precisely what I will do. I'm going to release the T-Rex spirit from its gem.
Okay. That is definitely an acceptable thing there. You can just go ahead and release the spirit. Ooh, that's great, and it floats up into the portal probably. That's awesome. Okay. So I'm gonna have you make a wisdom roll for me.
Okay. Is it straight wisdom, or do I have a -1 on it?
It's gonna be wisdom. No negative because you did release your animal spirit of a T-Rex.
Here we go. Oh, thank God.
So you quiet your mind and you attempt to seek connection with Deshret through the portal. And your mind flashes to the year 817. You see bleak black fields filled with lightning and corpses. The earth rent as giants walk the earth. You can see the world you left behind is torn apart as gods fight each other. Entire swaths of Arkval are just destroyed. You can see the area around Sadir is just like one massive fiery crater. Arnhen is just gone. Giant armies of the undead are walking, and you can feel the presence of death over there. But you search through all these feelings, and you find the spark of Deshret somewhere, vaguely holding on in this other realm. What are you attempting to seek from Deshret?
I am going to try to see if I can like essentially extend almost a beacon from myself to try to maybe guide him towards the portal.
Remember what the priest said. He cannot come through the portal as it is. The portal would have to be enlarged. No amount of success on that roll is going to take away from what I previously told you.
I know that. I'm hoping that if I can guide him to it, he might be able to help me enlarge it. I know that's not what folks are hoping for potentially here, but that's what I would most certainly be trying to guide him this way. And I'd be like, how can I basically the question I'm really posing to him is, how can I bring you to this time and place? How can I bring your light to the world? That's essentially what I'm asking.
So there's like a long moment, and you can even, as this is happening, you can even feel Deshret's light fading from the other time. It seems he is on the losing end of a battle there, and like the light is fading from the year 817, and he says in your mind, light is always snuffed by the darkness, but where there is darkness, light can emerge. There must be a beginning and an end. And even myself once had a spark which lit my flame, brought light to the world.
What can I do? How can I save you? How can
Become the
how can
spark.
I didn't catch you. You said what, the spark?
Become the spark.
Can I become the spark for you in this time? How do I do this? Tell me what to do and I will do anything.
Become the spark. Become the flame. Become the light. You get like a very clear image of your childhood, growing up, like sometime in the late 700s, early 800s, and like you also get like a vision of something else, and you start to have memories of something not your own. And you realize that like Deshret is like sharing something with you, and you see that I think you see, or rather you feel yourself walking through fields, and like you can feel wheat moving past your legs, and you can feel your hands moving through the stalks, and I think as you're doing that, you can feel like your face turn up towards the sky, even though you're only getting a very dim picture, and you can feel sunlight glimmering down, and you can feel it like beating down upon your body, warm and comforting, and this body does not feel alien to you. It feels very familiar. It doesn't feel like a memory of yours. But as you're looking down, you recognize it as your own body, and you're looking down at the body of a minotaur, and you're standing in the fields outside of Arnhen, or maybe not Arnhen, but maybe closer to Vidorieth, and you're looking up and you can see the mountain to your northeast. and you're just basking in the light, and you can there's this one moment of clarity that comes from this moment that you're being shared with from Deshret, and it's the moment when he realized his destiny.
I will. What was that moment exactly? Out of curiosity.
It was the moment when he realized that he must bring the light to the world himself, and he must ascend, and that he would become Deshret.
I will. I will say I will. I will try to take upon this task, and I will. I will sound rather desperate though. If there's anything I could do to save him in this timeline, if there's anything that is he. I'm like just kind of like my mind's kind of reeling from all of this.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
the light is kind of beginning to fade, and for everybody else, Haru is like kneeling at the portal this entire time over like this 4-hour period as the portal's getting smaller and smaller, and your connection with Deshret is getting weaker and weaker. You don't realize that this is like over the period of hours and hours. And as the portal's getting smaller and smaller, and is about to wink out of existence, he says, "Have faith. You have done this before. We have done this before. I have done this before."
That's gonna just completely.
And then that's the last bit you get from Deshret as the portal fades.
Haru's gonna wonder where his power is coming from at this point. He never really could even bring himself to ask as he looks at the portal.
Yeah, like you try to turn inward and you feel your power is still there, and it's coming. It's kind of coming from yourself. It's not like belief in yourself. It's coming from your beliefs in what Deshret stood for. And you know all of the virtues that Deshret stood for, and all the things that you stand for. So yeah, your powers are strengthening again, and they are no longer tethered to a being who lives in the future, but rather your own beliefs in something right now. Not a god, but a belief in how the world should be, and how you should use your powers, and how in what virtues you believe Deshret espoused.
That is definitely. I think Haru just looks utterly shocked at that. Just like he's just looking, probably staring at the portal for quite a long time after it closes, and then he'll probably just ask, "Is it over?"
Yeah, and I think the priest is like it's standing nearby, and he says, "It has been over for hours. I could feel your presence through the portal, and you emerged back more."
I think I'm going to stand up and say that. Do I feel any different?
You feel much more confident in your abilities. We will have to work out your new deity and your new precept and stuff. They're not fundamentally different, but now you don't have a deity to piss off. It's just if you ever go counter to the fundamental virtues and beliefs of your religion, that's when you have a potential of losing your powers.
Interesting. This is definitely an interesting path I did not expect, and I think Haru's going to be say that probably turn to Telamon. I expected more danger, but perhaps this time, for once, things have gone smoothly. And I'll look and say that we should return back. I believe that I am needed at the garrison and likely needed to meet with those that would risk the threat of this. Will you return over the crystal to us to protect at the Tower of Flindaria? Now I'll look to the priest as I am still almost in shell shock.
I think he hands you an object wrapped in silks, which you definitely recognize to be the crystal. And he opens it up and he shows you. And some of its power is faded a little bit, but he hands it to you, and you have like an inordinate sense of like the divine power of this thing more than you did before. For some reason, you have like a stronger connection to the divine right now. And he says, "See that it is safe."
Probably gonna look at the crystal very carefully and very carefully put it in my belt as I turn to Telemon and say, "Are we ready to go home?" And I'll look at Arvinder and say, "Will you be staying?"
I think Vorskan says, "Perhaps not always, but for now it will be good to have you back. We may
Laden, I'll say.
yet
Aye.
need someone to spread the word of Bahamut."
It is good to stay with one's clan for a while. You never know.
So I think with that, given that we're very close to Star Wars, we'll skip a little bit forward, and everybody gets onto the airship and starts making their way back to Arnhem.
Sounds like a plan.
And so you guys get on the ship and start flying back westwards. Perhaps all thinking of the very, very long journey it took to get here. Some of you traveling many, many, many years. Some of you traveling through death itself. Congratulations, everybody, for surviving. There were many times where it was not very likely.
That was pretty awesome. I think that it'll probably be easy to time skip. When we time skip, I'll probably be going back to Graves week after next when I come back. Just because I picture he's probably going to be busy at the tower for a considerable amount of time after this. So, be still nice to work out what in the end happens with him here.
Yeah, well, I'll definitely need to talk with you about the revelations of Herod Eshret.
Oh yeah, that definitely will catch you up on that when you get a chance. That's
Yeah,
very cool.
I view the island as a prologue, and the island was tied to the quests that came after, intimately tied to this one in some places. I think Morgath was like its own little sub-quest, and then the bandit quest after that was sort of a little sub-quest. But yeah, this was definitely a very big accomplishment. Well done, everybody.
Right?
Oh, sorry about that. I had to get the door. I am back, though. Yes. So end of session. Did we learn something new and important about the world?
I did personally.
Yeah, we learned quite a few things.
Examples.
That the new boons that we got. Are we aware of those things?
Yeah, to some
Okay.
extent. Not necessarily mechanically, but you feel a tie.
Okay. So there is a tie to the past/future.
Yeah, it's gone now, but you can surrender the remainders of your ties to the time stream and kind of further anchor yourself to this time. That's kind of how it works, you know. Like you brought that sword back with you that you really, really like, and you get rid of it, and it represents you kind of casting away your old timeline and trying to anchor yourself to this one.
Interesting.
We
So-
learned that Linda Daria was once known as Vidoria from the underground, and that she's left that
It
behind.
had it had been hinted at before that she was once a mortal, an elven sorceress or sorcerer. It's not entirely clear about her gender before she ascended, but yeah, you did get some confirmation that she was once mortal, and she ascended to godhood. And somehow Vidorieth is like the other side of her. You're not exactly sure how. Some of you weren't here for that conversation. You were having your own little conversations. But Vidorieth, the King of Shadows, kind of the anti Falindaria, is definitely somehow intrinsically linked with Falindaria, and they have their temples in the same place.
Interesting.
And I dare say Herudeshret may have learned something very important about himself.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I definitely looking. I'm sure that I've not seen the last of Haru, even if he's off stage for a few sessions.
Yep. The Deshret, maybe.
Oh my god, that's freaking amazing.
How does it feel to be your own god, Herudeshret?
Oh god, that's really
Pray
what
to
I'm
yourself.
saying. Really good
You know what they
about
say,
it.
God helps those who help themselves. A little bit more literal in your case.
I've got part of the Axis Mundi kind of merged into my clone body, so
Yep.
it kind of makes a little sense on that front.
So, XP for everybody for learning something. Did we overcome a notable monster or enemy?
Not while I was here, I
Not
don't think.
physically, but you did. We shut death into the other realm, sort of.
Oh, yeah.
both
You
notable, but-
did manage to negotiate your way around fighting Torres.
Yeah.
That was a big thing.
For now.
I think you overcame that enemy and turned her into a potential ally. Or at least a non-enemy for the moment. So everybody gets XP for that, because you
Non-enemy.
you dedicated a very long time and a lot of effort to trying not to get killed by her. I do have her statted in the boss compendium. And did we loot a memorable treasure?
I don't know if we got the credit for looting them last time, though.
You can do so now.
Okay.
You didn't. I think several of those are definitely memorable, especially the cape. I really like the
Yeah.
cape.
And the unknown book of cards that hasn't been identified
Yeah,
yet.
unknown deck of cards.
Possibly.
Do we have anybody? I'm gonna go from left to right here. And we actually may have preemptively hid the sheets a little bit too soon, but Fergus, did you complete your alignment or fulfill any bonds?
I have aided Telemon in fixing the world, I think. I had a bond saying that Telemon's quest may be the only way to fix the world. I would aid him.
When did you make that?
Quite a while ago, I think.
I don't remember the wording, but it seems appropriate. Telemon, do you think that
'Cause I think
Fergus's
the
aid was
I think the
instrumental in
last-
saving the world?
The last one I put in there was the top one.
All right, you may blank that one and give yourself an XP.
2 blank ones to fill out. And no, I did not defeat a worthy opponent physically today. I don't think. I didn't fight anything, so.
Herudeshret, did you fulfill your alignment or any bonds?
Let me see. I think I may have actually. Hold on a second here. I didn't even think about that. I'm not Judge of Lotho yet, so that might actually still come up. Fergus has returned to the land of the living. I was sure he does not find himself dead once more. I think Fergus has survived and made it.
I see one
this
that
whole
might be a
thing.
little bit more appropriate. Telemon
Oh.
is an enigma, and I have been
Yeah,
guided to him for a
yeah.
purpose. I must fulfill it.
I should have probably cleared that one first. Yes, let's clear that one.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I
I completely agree.
Telamon, do you think that Haru helped you fulfill your purpose? I think so too. There were times where you guys butted heads, and it almost came to disaster. But in the end, I think that was well fulfilled.
Kind of funny. I went in the tent thinking like Telamon was totally gonna I was expecting to come out and find like fireballs being hurled, and I come out. It's like, no, we actually talked everything through and we're cool. I was like,
Yeah, well,
that's not what I expected.
yeah. So what ended up happening was he went to Felinda Daria and talked while you're talking with Lotho. That was actually a very interesting thing to happen in character and out of character, and didn't tell her that the Legion had said no. He instead asked her what the potential effects of sealing the crystal might be, and she said it might be possible, but she outlined that there might be very, very negative effects if something were to go wrong with sealing it, and that kind of scared Telamon off of the idea.
I was wondering what happened. Like, I went to the thing. I was like, okay, this is gonna be a bloodbath. Get ready. Go tell the captain there's gonna be a fight. And I get all like psyched up, and I head outside. And it's like, yep, I'll fight. That was very, it was just really funny from my point of view.
Padine I think you kind of split your time evenly between Padine and Lotho. Did you do anything with your alignment or your bonds, Padine?
Not alignment, and I have no bonds, so.
Oh yeah.
I burned them all to the asunder.
Yep, you did. You have a habit of doing that with your characters.
Well, I kind of have to, unless I want to die.
Poor Padine's got no bonds, which is unfortunate.
Well, you have the option to roll.
True, yes, true. And my rolls are always so horribly wonderful.
I want to potentially ask this because Arvinder had his head exploded via, opening the Ark of the Covenant the first time. Do any of your bonds now still apply? Like, are any of them completed?
Payton's definitely is.
Yeah, I noticed you still have like a bunch of bonds there, and I'm curious if like any of them have resolved themselves.
Payton's definitely has.
Yeah, that's definitely good.
Are we still marked?
Padine, yeah, you are. That's permanent.
Okay.
Sorry. Padine's belief in his god seems shallow. I think, honestly, Padine's belief in his god seems shallow. Perhaps I can help him understand what it is to serve a deity. Dean, quit his deity, right?
Yeah, he's done with serving deities completely. He made that well known.
I think you could probably mark that one away and give Arvinder some much-needed XP before you hide him. Nice. I'm curious who ended up with the black sword? That's what I thought.
Yeah, one black sword.
There was a black sword in the chest.
Well, it would have been Lotho, but you didn't tell me to put it down.
I don't think I had it.
I didn't tell you anything.
Well, I asked what was in there, because I said I grabbed it all.
And I'm not the one that told you.
Oh.
Yes. Had a Dune sword. He did not have a sword. Oh, yeah, actually, he did. Black bladed longsword. He kept it. It's one of the things I didn't highlight to give to him.
Oh, that's very funny.
Should I add that to Lotho's stuff then?
No.
Well, it's definitely something that would not have been hideable, because this is a long sword meant for a man and not a halfling. So
Yes.
It definitely would have been visible to everybody. I want to know where that ended up.
In the room that Lotho's in the guild, if that matters.
Krios, would you have let that by?
It was a pretty good looking sword. He probably would have kept it. That and the amulet. Besides, the halfling wouldn't have been able to wield it.
Changing the terms of the deal. Pray I don't alter them further.
Yeah, I would have asked for payment for it. I found it. You pay me.
Option 2, throw halfling off cliff, keep everything.
Oh, that's
Now, my one problem here is going to be retiring characters with magical items that are not, or that are thus far going to be like removed from the campaign. It's my one concern here, because especially characters who essentially had nothing to do with finding them. If we're going to be retiring a character to non-safety, there's no telling when that character may or may not appear, and suddenly they're taking an item and just disappearing. Normally that's fine if that's like the sort of loot that the party has agreed to divvy up to them, or if they've managed to take it and hide it. But you did have a little bit of finagling between your two characters, which I didn't butt in too much with, but there was a little bit of metagaming with that. So I feel like you've opened the door for some GM intervention with that. So I'm going to pose this to the group, because that is a very powerful sword. It is essentially going to be on a character who is not in the campaign anymore.
yeah. He
I
would try to
think
sell it.
I think if Lotho's ever going to come back around in the campaign, I don't mind him having it. Maybe if he was going to like be, like that's my new weapon, my Black Blade or whatnot. But
That's the only
all.
problem with the fact that he's not being retired to safety. Is he may come back around in the campaign eventually, but neither him nor his inventory are safe.
He'll
So,
show up one day saying somebody stole my Black Blade, help me get it back. It's horribly powerful.
Yeah, I'm gonna note, if you want to keep, he didn't know apparently about the sword, because Lotho didn't approach him with the sword. So,
It was Paydean that approached you with the items, and it was the only ones that he bought off of Lotho.
All right, so you can say you kept it, but whether or not when you eventually take Lotho back up, you actually still have it, is another thing entirely.
All right. I'll put it on a sheet then.
I still
Bring
think
it
it's
up and
not
put it on
right
a sheet.
for the halfling to keep everything that came from a chest that everybody killed the dragon to get.
We're not doing fair distribution in terms of that. How you guys roleplay distribute, how it gets distributed. That's how everything's been so far.
I actually had thought that had come from something earlier, which is why I didn't highlight it. Because it was above.
It was from the chest.
Oh, because it was above the blanket, which I had earlier. That's
It
why.
was from the chest. I know exactly what it is, and I know exactly why it was in the chest.
Is that
See, I'm
one weight?
half torn because Krios had that before, but
Long swords are typically 2 weight. I don't know how that
This
one
one,
was.
well, you
noted.
told me was
it might be 1. Yeah, it's a particularly masterwork black bladed longsword, which
All right, I'll
tingles
put it
in
on
your
the sheet.
grasp.
I'll put tingly in
I
parentheses.
still have it on Krios' sheet. Is it not Krios' anymore, or?
Well, the other thing could be said for Krios, who doesn't have a use for it as well, because Krios already has a magic 2-handed sword. So I don't know that you can make that argument and then make that argument for you to keep it. No, not for a one-handed
alright,
sword.
whatever. But it was gonna be a backup weapon. But okay.
Fine. This is for you guys to work out. I bring it up because if Lotho keeps it, I'm giving you guys the warning because you guys are essentially retiring your character to non-safety with a magical item. And as we've done everything in the past, we don't have a GP value assigned to magic items, so we can't break it up in that way. And how we've worked it out thus far is if people want them, as long as the group allows them, they take them. If people want them and the group doesn't know about them, they take them because there's no way the group would know about them. Now, if you want to piss off your fellow players, that's one thing you can do. Fellow players should not necessarily get pissed off by that because they may just be acting in character. So there's two sides to that. Said person might be being a greedy dick and wanting all the magic items, or said person might be playing their character. So there needs to be a little bit of a two-way understanding here for both people, or for all parties involved.
It's been well established that Lotho is willing to part with things for price.
So I think the official thing
But
is
the thing is
Lotho
that Krios
took the
doesn't
sword.
believe that you earned it. So
Yeah, so I think
That's
the
the
thing is
downside.
Lotho took the sword. And that's probably where it is then.
Well, he found it. Why does not he
it
deserve it?
doesn't mean you killed the creature that owned it. But technically, Krios didn't either in this timeline, so I guess I really can't say anything.
Really, your character's POV, in my opinion. I mean, I perfectly think Lotho's in character here, keeping the sword, even though it sucks. But it seems sensible to me.
Yeah, so that's how we're gonna play it. I can probably tell you that that anytime you retire a character to not to safety, there's probably going to be some repercussions in one way or another. So that's just how it's going to roll.
Fair enough.
I realize that's definitely the case for poor Haru. He's
technically,
the power of evil, so I never know when. he
Both
might show
already
up.
has a weapon too. So I mean, but
Yeah, well, so at that
he sold it
point,
to Padine?
you guys both have magic swords. So at that point, the argument for who deserves it more or who can
Krios
make use of it more is even.
He was going
Because
to
neither of
offer
you
it
killed the
to.
beast.
He was going to offer it to Tell in the future, but that was the past. If he ever saw Tell again, because he
Yeah,
never
well,
believed that he was dead, but that was in the past.
Was
so.
going to is not really a salient point here. Neither of you have claim over killing the beast. Neither of you have claim over like this is an imminently useful item because I don't have one already. So you're even ground there. And when it comes down to it, in roleplay terms, one person collected the sword, and that's always going to take precedent. If somebody ends up somehow taking an item and nobody else knows about it, that's just how it goes. We're not going to ignore the fact that, hey, so-and-so broke into a mansion and stole a magic ring. Suddenly they have to share it with the rest of the party, even though the rest of the party doesn't know. We're never going to play it like that. Yeah, so Lotho ran out there and collected the ring, or the treasure. He saw his chance. The next time he does it, he might fall off the mountain. Who knows?
And then nobody will get it.
Yeah. But yes, like anything, there's no perfect loot system unless you want to game it, and we're not going to round robin, for Christ's sake. So that was our session. Thank everybody for coming. Hope everybody had fun. I know Victor's not going to be here next week, and we will be starting probably. So, yes, okay, yeah. Tell can mark experience for that. Everybody needs to pick a character going forward. One character. The other characters are going to get their sheets hidden, and we will determine where they are going forward. So, starting next week, I believe we are going to probably do some independent adventuring for the guild, and we'll see what goes on from there.
I will say that probably the character will definitely be is Graves for now, because I really vision that Haru is going to be at the tower for a while, training people and kind of, I guess, meditating over the recent events and that sort of thing. So it wouldn't make really much sense for him to be with the adventuring party at the guild right now. So Graves, on the other hand, has every reason to be with you guys.
It sounds like Padine is the one going
Yep.
forward.
And Lotha will
Right.
be staying at the guild as much as possible, unless things happen.
All right. And it sounds like Fergus is taking primary for Foster. So everybody who's not active gets hidden, and we'll resume with that party next week.
Cool.
All right. Well, again, sorry it went over, but I think everybody can agree that we wrapped up that storyline.
Yep.
Telmon has enough XP to just retire. Were you actually intending on doing that? If you choose that option, you control both characters. You control them both. If you want to leave one behind, I guess that's a thing you can do. It's generally accepted that they both are active. Yeah. So if you wanted him to go with Lily sometimes, then I would take the apprentice option. But if you wanted him to stay at the guild, then I guess we would just leave him back, but he would not be retired to safety in that regard. There might be some times where I might suddenly switch to Telamon and you would be required to play him. Not very often, but it might come up. Whereas if you retired him to safety, he would be retired. So you can choose to apprentice Lily, and you can take both Lily and Telamon sometimes, or just Lily, and that's entirely fine. It's just that at that point, anytime I want to call on Telamon, that's something that I can do. Yes. Yeah. So the primary difference is if you guys ever get into a big situation and you need the heavy hitters, you will not be able to take control of Telamon for that. All right.
All right. Have a good night, all. Have fun storming the Death Star.
Yep. Yeah, it's a good thing you didn't disenchant that like you initially
So, do you want to
anticipated.
do a roll to get it out of the bag real quick?
We're already 15-20 minutes late for Star Wars,
Okay.
so no.
I'm going to pop over.
Okay.
Catch you guys shortly. See you 2 weeks, Frickless. Maybe sooner at some point along the night.
All right. Have a good one.